Hi, Commissioner Janeka. Can you hear me?
I can, Megan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. There you are. All right, thank you.
Well, I see smiling faces anyway. Maybe some smiles. There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Neerman. It's my pleasure to call this work session of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to order. Today is Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021. The time is 2 p.m., and I'll begin with a roll call. Good afternoon, Commissioner Lindley.
Good afternoon.
And it's good to see you, Commissioner Janeka.
Howdy.
So our commissioners are all here, and how about our general counsel? Ms. Smith, are you there?
I am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Director Baker, I see you. How are you this afternoon?
Tired, but doing well.
I imagine you are. You're in good company. So, Ms. Smith, the first two items are overlapping, so just to maintain flexibility, I'm going to ask that you call those two together, please.
Will do. Items number 1 and 2 are the consideration of topics including response and post-event analysis related to the severe weather event beginning February 14th, 2021, and consideration of potential response actions relating to the severe weather event, including possible options for outreach to the public and the regulated community.
Well, thank you. And so we're here, of course, to talk about the water crisis resulting from the recent unprecedented freeze. And it's a crisis that is still unfolding for many thousands of Texans. Toby, I'm eager to hear from you and your staff, as well as from our invited guests who represent local water systems in Houston, Round Rock, and San Jose. I'm certain we'll all benefit from hearing their perspectives, and I want to thank them for being with us today. And Toby, we'll turn it over to your team in a minute, but first I want to allow for any opening comments from the Commission. And I'll begin simply by thanking everyone involved in responding to this water crisis, this water emergency. I know our staff was not alone in working around the clock to help mitigate this disaster, and our public water systems shouldered so much of this burden, along with all levels of government, private entities and organizations, and especially friends and neighbors. So in short, and to keep it short, thank you all. Commissioner Lindley, any opening remarks?
That's very well said, as usual. Thank yous does seem kind of inadequate when it was such a catastrophic event, but for lack of better words, I did owe your thank you. And, I would just say that it seems like, I feel like I should be capped out right now on how much I appreciate the staff, but then an event happens like this and it's like, man, I'm just blown away again on how dedicated our people are and how selfless I feel like, especially during this time, folks were just trying to take care of their fellow Texans, either whether it was their neighbor or just doing their job. There were a lot of incidences where it wasn't convenient for our staff to do it, but they did it. So continually just blown away by the selflessness, and really appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Janeka.
Thank you so much. And just very briefly, I can't possibly improve on the statement both of y'all made, and I certainly reiterate it. I think that the timing of the events where a fair chunk of our agency were already at their very, very maximum bandwidth dealing with water concerns in San Angelo. It rolled from event after event after event over the week, and I'm very pleased that we're moving so quickly to try to come back today to start looking back as quickly as we can to evaluate our processes, see where we can change them and improve them. I'll just observe how tired I know staff are after this long grind, and because you're so tired, I think it goes without saying, but I'll just gently remind you all, please do your best today. I think we may have some more members of the public tuned in than we would typically, so I'll remind everyone to do your very best to take the expertise you live in on a daily basis and simplify it, dumb it down even more than you would for me. I know my two colleagues are much more experienced than I am, but I'm still learning, and I appreciate how much staff are always very good at trying to give me the information on the level I need it, but the public are looking and they don't have the benefit of my previous briefing. So thank you all so much for continuing to try to do that. Thank
you, Commissioner Janeka. I really appreciate that admonition too, because I'm never offended by people dumbing things down for me. It's usually helpful for me. So appreciate that. Toby, without further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. And thank you for acting so quickly to set this work session today. I think that it's incredibly important that we're moving quickly on this so we can start addressing it. And then, I think ultimately if there's anything that needs to be addressed during this legislative session, I think this starts that conversation. So as you know, the state of Texas experienced an unprecedented winter storm event that lasted about 7 days, and that impact is still ongoing today. We're going to take this opportunity today to provide a summary of our efforts during the event and then determine how we can move forward to identify ways water systems can better prepare for events like this in the future. It's important to note for us, and Commissioner Janecka, you already alluded to this, that staff were already responding to another drinking water issue the week before. Many of our public water system technical staff had been responding in San Angelo to an issue out there, and it honestly stretched our technical response capabilities as this storm started to move in. Each storm, I think, brings its own set of unique challenges, and this event was different from any that I think any of us has ever seen at TCEQ. The extreme and prolonged nature of the event caused significant service disruptions at many drinking water systems and honestly just a handful of wastewater systems across the state. Compared to Hurricane Harvey, which for me is sort of the marker and sort of the worst storms that we've had to respond to in sort of the modern era, we had with this storm over 1,900 public water systems either on a boil water notice or with water outages that affected over the course of the week over 16 million Texans. So to compare that to Hurricane Harvey, we had approximately 200 public water systems that issued a boil water notice, primarily in the coastal area of the state. So I think the interesting thing about this storm is that it was statewide. There's been a lot of questions about what TCEQ's role is with water across the state, and so I'd like to address that for the public and for anyone listening. Commissioners, TCEQ doesn't own, operate, or maintain any public water systems in the state of Texas. For events like these, the agency serves the following roles. We assist local and community water systems with expert technical guidance to work through the process for getting their systems back up and running. We coordinate emergency response requests through text warn, STAR requests through TDEM, and emergency authorizations to enable systems to start up. We coordinate with manufacturers and distributors of key supplies to ensure systems have the resources they need, things like chemicals, labs, bottled water. And then finally, we ensure regulatory flexibility is provided to ensure a safe and speedy recovery. The response to this was aided in some ways by our posture regarding COVID. The agency, I would say, greatly benefited from the growing development of digital management information systems. Because we're all in a telework posture, we were able to respond quickly and I would say efficiently given the current, because of that posture with phones, laptops, spread out across the state of Texas in people's living rooms and in their home offices. So agency staff could function remotely, and with information systems that automated data repositories and coordinated information as it comes in real time. It greatly enhanced our ability to respond in an effective manner. Now, to be honest, not everyone had electricity, so there are stories out there that you'll hear of staff charging their phones or in their cars and then using their phone as their hotspot to then run their laptop. But it's really fascinating. Commissioners, I know that in the past when we're doing emergency response events, typically we build a sort of our own SOC in the ED's conference room, and we have, computer screens up and things projected and stuff taped all over the walls. And this is the first time we've sort of responded in a dispersed manner, and I would argue that just using things like Microsoft Teams allowed us to respond really well without anyone having to go to the office. It was sort of amazing. I have to talk about the staff just a little bit. I know that you did. You mentioned them, but staff from all over the agency work tirelessly to be as responsive and supportive as possible. We have staff that literally work through the night on several nights to assist water systems with working through issues at their facilities. The staff at this agency deserve praise for their dedication to the people of Texas. I would say they did everything in their power to help under the extremely difficult circumstances, oftentimes when they didn't have water or power of their own. Many people might say that it's just their job. That's what they signed up for when they came to work here at TCEQ. But I just have to say they really went far above and beyond, and I think that you'll be hearing a lot about the significant effort of these folks today. Some of the major areas that each office will cover, well, I'll let them provide the detail on that, but what you'll find is it impacted every corner of the agency. Every division was involved in some form or fashion in responding to this event. And so I just can't tell you how thankful I am to have a staff that's as dedicated as the staff that we have. And I'm talking about phone calls at 3 o'clock in the morning, trying to deal with fuel issues at generators that we needed to certain facilities that were facing possible failure to try to figure out how to keep their generators going. So, just really, really impressive, a really impressive level of effort and commitment. I'd also like to highlight and thank that we are going to have input from a few local public water systems today. We invited several local public water systems to provide information about their experience during this storm event. We greatly appreciate their participation in this event on such short notice, and we know we will not only gain a greater appreciation of the challenges that were faced during this event, but we'll also be listening to gain some lessons learned for our future evaluation of how we can better prepare for these types of scenarios. And I'd like to just again mention them. It's the City of Round Rock, San Jose Water System, and the City of Houston. And I think I said this the other night at the Business and Commerce hearing. To do this correctly, I think we need to start the conversation here today, and I think this is laying the foundation for it. And at the end, we'll talk about maybe some recommendations after we hear everything today. But the public water systems have to be at the table. They have to be helping chart what the path forward is, because there's only so much we can do from Austin. At the end of the day, these decisions are going to impact these local public water systems, and if there's a cost to that, it's not us that's going to be paying that. It's the local ratepayers that are going to be paying for whatever those things may be that we're going to have to put in place. So I'm very excited that we have at least 3 systems with us today to join the conversation. But I think what I see going forward is a much broader discussion that goes well outside of just this meeting, with a number of public water systems, to make sure that we get it right, and that if we are going to end up with additional regulations or statutory recommendations, that they make sense, and that we aren't throwing money at problems that we think exist but may not. So anyway, with that being said, I'm going to stop. Those are my, and that's all I have for my opening remarks. So, Chairman, if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them, or I'm happy to let you just move on down the agenda and get it going.
Great. Thanks, Toby. I have none. Colleagues, any questions for Toby? All right. We're going to hear next from the Office of Compliance and Enforcement, and that's Craig and Kelly.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Public Interest Council. I'm Craig Pritzlaff, Director of the Office of Compliance and Enforcement. Mr. Baker, thank you for those opening remarks. It's hard to believe that it was just 2 weeks ago today. Ice and snow still covered the ground, and the astonishing magnitude and breadth of this winter storm was still unfolding before us. We were in the midst of it, and that was just 2 weeks ago. Indeed, our central office was closed, as were many of our regional offices. And I have to add on to the joy of working with this staff and with this agency, because through this event, TCEQ was and remains at the heart of our state's response and its recovery efforts. Our mission was on full display as our dedicated staff, who hesitated not in stepping across the line to help our state in its moment of need. Often, when many of them staff themselves were without water or power, or had damage to their homes that they had to contend with themselves, and yet were working tirelessly throughout the night, over the weekends. And I think it was one of the first major disasters that really impacted our agency and its offices across the state. But we answered the call. Staff worked tirelessly from home offices, in the field where they were able, at the State Operations Center, from cars, as Mr. Baker noted, wherever, however, to help water systems across the state get back online as fast as possible, to conduct vital air monitoring, to work call center hotlines, to perform call-outs to facilities across the state, and a multitude of other actions on a round-the-clock basis. I could tell you firsthand, many video calls were held long into the night and on weekends as we worked. Sometimes staff would be in their cars using it as their only means of power. But our IT infrastructure held strong, and I have to give a call out to this agency for its strong IT infrastructure, because without it, we would not have had the response that we were able to perform. Using Teams as a useful platform, using ShareNet so we could share documents in real time to provide vital information for decision making as information came in from across the regions. All these platforms were so useful to instantly connect across our offices, divisions, regions, and even across agencies to share information and coordinate our response activities. Overall, staff across our agency worked over 10,800 hours on this event alone. I say this not as a badge of honor, but just to illustrate to you and to the public that staff worked tremendously hard and often at great personal sacrifice during this event. And I was honored to work alongside them as we navigated this event. To any staff out there watching, I want to thank you as a coworker. It was an honor and a pleasure to be with such passionate and dedicated professionals. And as a citizen of this state, I thank you as well. With that, I now want to turn to a timeline and kind of set the stage for some of the other presentations that you're going to hear today from colleagues in other offices. And I want to start with a general timeline to review with you kind of how the events unfolded and how our agency responded and the work that we did with respect to water systems and air monitoring efforts before, during, and now as we navigate after this crisis. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Kelly Cook, who's going to talk further about our detailed involvement with the State Operations Center and our collaboration with the Texas Division of Emergency Management. And our response really started in the first week in February. We started seeing the weather reports. In our office, we reviewed all of our protocols with respect to weather and emergency events, and we're getting those in line. And through that first week in February and into the second week, we started those preparations. And regional staff were getting ready. We even talked about how far the cold would go and what impact it may have on various industries, including water systems. Not realizing quite the depth and extent of what this polar vortex was going to mean for the state. In the midst of that pre-planning, on February 8th, we had notice of industrial pollution inside a water system, which diverted a tremendous amount of resources towards that effort. On February 9th, we received the first situational awareness report concerning this weather vortex from the State Emergency Center. And so we were on high alert and continued looking at our policies and procedures and getting staff ready across the region. February 10th, February 11th, February 12th, we saw our first freezing precipitation hitting across the state. Regional offices began closing, central office closing. By February 13th, that Friday, February 12th, that Friday, the governor declared a disaster across the entire state of Texas. And the State Operations Center was activated on a 24/7 basis. Into that weekend, President's Day weekend, staff, we were ready, and we were getting prepared through that Saturday, that Sunday, and that Monday, and that evening, in those daylight hours, and over that Saturday when the snow remarkably fell across the state. We all remember that. If we were kids, we would have been excited. But as professionals, we weren't, because we knew what was unfolding. Because by Monday, we were starting to get reports of the widespread issues with power systems, and in particular, the reports started coming in regarding public water systems. And that very next day, on the 16th, we, in the regions, began reaching out to all the water systems and trying to get a picture. And at that same point in time, we built a ShareNet system, because we started realizing, well, this is beyond anything we have ever seen as an agency. How do we track this data? How do we monitor it? And how do we get in information so we can make adequate decisions moving forward as this agency in terms of the response? And how do we advise our emergency professionals across the state of how do we get help to our citizens in need? And so we stood up, ShareNet spreadsheets that we were able to share across the agency, across all the regions, with live time information sharing as information came in. And through it all, our regional offices conducted over 4,700 call-outs to water systems across the state, seeing what they needed in terms of emergency supplies, what they needed to get back online, what technical assistance did they need? Did they need bottled water? How could we help them navigate through that process to request emergency assistance? We also stood up a hotline together with the Office of Water and working through administrative services to help with identifying what we feared might have been a deficiency in our laboratory capacity across the state. And so we stood up we stood up a hotline to provide assistance to direct public water systems where they could direct samples to help them get off boil water notices. On that Monday, or on that Tuesday, also the TCEQ was called down to the State Operations Center, and we officially became a member of that emergency response. And so I want to pause there. So we're in that 2 weeks ago time frame, right after President's Day, when all of this is going down, and the efforts that we did with the call-outs and the hotlines, that's ongoing, and it's ongoing to this day. And I want to pause because now is a good time to show that impact. What did it mean in terms of how many water systems were impacted? And you heard Mr. Baker mention, at its peak it was over 1,900. And I think the number that we're looking back, and we're still doing forensics data as we gather more information with respect to boil water notices and continue our call-outs to other systems. The peak number may have hit on February 19th with 1,985 systems in the boil water notice at one time. That's in our estimates. How we built up, we took the boil water notice and looked at the total population served by that system, and so we did a rough population estimate of Texans impacted. And at that point in time, it was 16.8 million people that may have been under a boil water notice or impacted. Another 262 systems through this event had become non-operational due to equipment failures, power loss, burst pipes, power pressure loss, you name it. It was 325,000 citizens. And we stitched together some maps showing where boil water notices were coming in to our agency, where those notices were coming in, and we mapped them across the state, and we stitched them together into what I'll call a movie. It's not really a movie, it's just stitched together pictures. And Megan, if you could call that up, and I can't talk during this, I have to be muted, so we're just gonna have to sit and watch it, and then I'll come back. So if Megan's able to call that up, we can just watch and see. It'll start from the beginning of the event through current day. And it kind of shows the picture of the boil water notices across the state as they unfold. and that goes up to March 2nd with the latest data that we were able to put that together into there. And so you see the timeline of the impacts across Texas. And I do want to highlight during this point in time, we had great coordination, not only among our regions and across this agency, but with other agencies as well. And through our relationships with laboratories across the state. And my colleague, Mr. Lott, will talk more about that.
Hey, Craig.
Yes, sir.
Can I interrupt you for a second? I didn't see the video, so I may not have my screen set up correctly, but
No, I didn't see it either, Chairman. So
the images never played for me. Did they play for you all right?
I saw it here. Sorry about that.
I didn't see it either.
There was a new link that popped
Are
up.
you able to provide any advice on how we might be able to take a look at these? I think they're really, and I'm not sure whether members of the public could see them. So it might be worth a little extra effort to try to pull those up, because I think they are.
I would like to be able to show this to you all, because it does show a nice picture. And Megan, I don't know if you have any guidance for me. I see some people saying they saw it. I see in this chat function. So
I saw it. I think you're looking for the colors to kind of move. It's not. The whole thing doesn't change. It's the colors changing.
Yeah, Megan, I didn't see any map at all. I was just sitting here gazing at my colleagues.
Yeah, I only saw the faces of my colleagues.
It opened up on my computer on another window, so it might have been underneath the current layer.
Oh, there it is. Yep, that's what happened.
why don't we go ahead and run it again so you all can see it. Give me a thumbs up when you guys have it up on your screen, okay?
I'm looking at it.
How do I get to this other screen? I don't see it.
Commissioner Looney, you might minimize the video window, and then I think it's a quirk of the GoToWebinar platform. It controls our screen a little bit, so when it's convenient on the laptop, it doesn't necessarily make it convenient.
I can try it a different way if you give me just a sec.
When I minimize it, it just goes to my desktop. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. This is par for the course for me, though. I can see that.
That's helpful.
Brilliant, Megan.
All right, there. Everyone got to see that one. Okay, good. Thanks for letting us know that there was some technical issue there. And what that shows is just kind of the unfolding nature of this event. And we all lived it. Many of you out, on this call, I know had issues with water themselves. And so, this is, one of the first events where so many of us across the agency were directly impacted by this event. And I wanted to show that map because I think it just shows a good picture of, one, the dramatic impact that the event had, but also the unfolding nature of the success that we're having in seeing these systems finally come off of that, and as rapidly as we could. And with the laboratory capacity, we feared that there might be a shortage, but with the partnerships with the private labs as well, we were able to ensure that we had adequate capacity. And I do want to highlight as well, the spirit of cooperation with the federal government and with other states. We had outreach from the state of Oklahoma, Arkansas, other states, and the federal government to provide whatever assistance that they could provide, and in terms of lab capacity or technical assistance or otherwise. And the Environmental Protection Agency deployed 3 mobile water testing labs in surge areas in the major metroplexes of San Antonio, the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and Houston, to help with any potential shortages that might have come up, so that we could not have as a bottleneck waiting on laboratory samples to lift the boil water. And if we, Megan, if we want to put up the slide deck now and shift over to slide number 2, I'm going to show you all the trends over time as well. And this kind of shows as well in a graphical format what I just showed you visually. The number of systems, where they peaked and in the impacted population of that. And again, this information is fluid and ever changing. As we get more information, we back through and go into our data and evaluate it. We'll continue to do that all through our after action report and analysis of this. But this just shows you the general trends and kind of where we are. And Megan, if you could go to slide 3, please. And here's where we are as of today, and the latest numbers show us that a total boil water number of 236 systems impacting a population of approximately 147,000. Of those, 34 are community water systems. And the community water system is a non-transient system that has at least 15 connections serving a population no less than 25 people. So the success story is we're near the end of this. And so, but we continue to work, we continue our call outs, and we continue to ride it. In terms of the non-operational systems, Megan, if you go to the next slide. Here was kind of the peak for the non-operational and where those systems were situated. And those systems went down, for a variety of mechanical reasons or broken pipes or power failures. And at its peak, it was approximately 262 systems, approximately 325,000 Texans. And if we show the next slide, Megan, and we're down to just a handful, and the impacts there are approximately 456 people right now, and one of those we know is going to be coming off very soon, served by a well that's going to get repaired. And so that's where we are, and that's how we went through with the water systems. Mr. Lott, with the Office of Water, is going to provide some more details on the public water systems and our response. And I want to pivot a little bit now to kind of the next phase and going back into the timeline.
Craig, can I interject just real quickly, just for context on the public water systems? I don't think it's been mentioned yet, but in Texas, there are more than 7,000 public water systems, and they range in size and complexity from, major urban water systems that serve, well north of 100,000 people. More than half of our water systems, however, I think about 4,200, if I have the number right, are systems that serve 500 or fewer people. And so when we say that close to, I think we topped out at almost 2,000 water systems under a boil water notice at the height of this crisis. That's, roughly, let's call it roughly 2/7 of the state was boiling water, but on a population basis, it was over half of the population. So that's just to give us a scale of this and a little bit of explanation about how those water systems operate. I also wanted to mention that part of the misery that we're not quite capturing here that's above and beyond the boil water notice and the water outages are pipes in homes that failed downstream of the meter. So we regulate water systems that provide water service up to the meter. We don't have a lot of visibility to what's happening downstream of the meter, but I just want folks to be aware that that's part of the problem that may fall outside our jurisdiction. Maybe there's some things we can do about it, but part of this crisis is something that we're not capturing in our metrics, and that's what's happening downstream of the meter in actual households. I just thought it was important to note that before we move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any other comments before I move on? And Mr. Lott is going to come back to the water systems. I'm kind of serving as a bridge to others.
Maybe I stole his thunder, but yeah, go ahead. I think we're ready to move forward.
You'll be pleased that you did. On the, I'm going to pivot now to another aspect of our response, and I'll go back to the February 15th, 16th timeframe. And that's when we became aware of facilities, petrochemical facilities up and down the coast began to experience issues and started shutdown operations. At the same time, we were alerted in looking at our monitoring stations, and at the same point in time during that whole week, our regional offices were impacted, our central office was impacted. A lot of us were shut in due to ice and snow or power outages. And so we started turning attention and identifying a need to conduct air monitoring as soon as we could get staff out into that field. And so through that week, we developed an air monitoring plan to get folks out there, because this once we saw all of those facilities entering into a shutdown mode, we saw this as a really rare and unique opportunity in terms of getting real data out in the field from an air monitoring perspective, pre-shutdown or pre-startup, during startup, and then post-startup. And so we developed that monitoring plan, and as soon as staff were able to get out into their offices and check equipment, by that Friday, we had them deployed out on the ground, moving around the regions in the Corpus, Beaumont, and Houston areas with handheld monitors. And we deployed our mobile monitoring fleet as well. And they started monitoring activities starting on that following Monday, on the 22nd. So we had folks on the ground gathering data starting on the 20th, continuing to this day, and with the mobile fleet on the ground running from that Monday to 22nd, also to this current day. The impact of the storm did hit our air monitoring stations. 51 statewide stations were impacted, lost communications or electrical power, and 21 of those were in Houston. So by the end of that week, though, by that Sunday, all continuous monitors were back online, and the 5 remaining stations have been repaired. And so there was some costs there. The areas that we've hit, and I have to emphasize, we've had over 80 personnel deployed out in the field using a variety of different handheld monitoring equipment along fence line communities and up and down the major petrochemical industrial corridors, checking air quality monitoring, as well as our air monitoring division staff, over 40 staff working tirelessly to help gather and input that data from our mobile monitors, from our stationary monitors, and helping with the region personnel gathering that data. And we're working closely with our toxicology group for long-term analysis and interpretation of that data as it comes in. I also want to highlight, too, here's another great example of the cooperation that we have with our federal partners, and the Environmental Protection Agency at request deployed their Aspect aircraft out of the Dallas area. And Aspect stands for Airborne Spectral Photometric Environmental Collection Technology. And it's a suite of instruments on a single engine aircraft utilized for spectrographic, optical, and visual analysis. And that aircraft was deployed on February 27th and has been going up and down the coast through those major petrochemical areas, collecting data as well. And so that's ongoing as well. And so we want to thank our federal partners for offering that out to us during this, again, this unique time for monitoring. Megan, if you want to go on to the next slide, please. This will show kind of the areas that we're hitting. Here's the Beaumont Port Arthur area, the darker, and on this map in particular, they overlap almost coexistently. The darker shaded areas show where the mobile vans were deployed, and the lighter shaded areas show where the handheld monitors were deployed. And so there's a main overlap over a lot of these these industrial areas. And then in Houston, if you will go to the next slide, Megan. Showing the general areas here. Again, the darker ones are the mobile mileage areas, and the lighter shaded ones where our regional staff were out deployed with handhelds. Next slide, I'll show Texas City. Megan, thank you. And the next slide will show the Corpus Christi area where we are out in the field.
Craig, can I ask a comprehensive question about this, Matt?
Yes, sir.
Matt, I just want to make sure I understand the lighter area where those handheld monitoring operations were conducted. Is that generally noting an area within which staff would have deployed to various directions, or that's not a path the same way that the other lines are paths of the mobile vehicles, correct? That's
correct, yeah. It's showing the general areas where we've been over the last week and where we'll continue to be over the next week until we finally decide we're going to stand down this operation.
I've never quite seen our monitoring data captured and put together like this graphically. I think it's really awesome. Good way to help the public better see and understand where we had boots on the ground. Thanks.
And much like most of our other data that we're gathering in, we have that stand-up external website, and this monitoring data is going to that stand-up emergency website that's on our main page, and so anyone can go and look at that data. We post it, this monitoring data, every Friday and every Monday, capturing the prior days. So every Friday we'll show the data from Monday to Thursday, and then the Monday data posting will show the Friday to Sunday data, both the mobile and the handheld monitoring data. Just to give you a perspective of how much we've done so far, for the 3 mobile vans that we've had deployed, we've covered over 425 survey miles. And those 2 vans include, the 2 vans with the flow tube mass spectrometers, and also our rapid assessment survey van, which gives the real-time data what's called the Vise instrument, which can monitor 16 different pollutants in real time as the vehicle drives. And if you're online through our social media pages, you may see some of those maps going up, what staff like to call the caterpillar mapping, showing that real time as that vehicle drives, showing the real-time data that it's collecting for the variety of constituents that it's sampling for. With respect to the handheld monitoring events by region staff, collected over 1,033 discrete monitoring events, and that represents over 5,109 different constituents that we so far sampled. And again, that's in addition to the flights that EPA is conducting as well. And we have our own optical gas imaging survey that we intend to do next week over the Beaumont area. And so that's just going to add to the suite of data that we've collected. And I want to emphasize again, kind of at the tail end of this event, last week, staff across 3 different regions responded to 3 different emergency events, including an industrial fire, a train wreck, and a spill. And so staff have worked tirelessly throughout all of this, and yet continue to do our mission critical work, continue to respond to other emergencies as they arise. And I'm proud to have been alongside them. And now, absent further questions from me, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Cook to talk more about our coordination with the Emergency Operations Center and TDM.
None here. Thanks, Craig. Colleagues, any questions?
Sorry. Can you repeat the number of constituents that were monitored? I know you said there were 1,033 discrete monitoring events measuring
5,109 contaminants.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Kelly, it's all yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Craig. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Glad to talk with you today. Again, for the record, my name is Kelly Cook. I'm TCEQ's Deputy Director for our Critical Infrastructure Division. Today, I'm going to briefly discuss how we fit into the State Operations Center when it's activated. What's the process for making state resource requests, and how we coordinate with our other state and federal partners. How are we embedded at the SOC during an event like our recent winter weather storms? Well, there's a notification that comes out. So when the SOC is activated by the Texas Division of Emergency Management, TDM, they provide out a notification to all the state agencies that need to report for duty. When our staff report, the staffing is going to be set up, will be requested to staff for 12-hour shifts or 2 12-hour shifts day and night to cover a 24-hour operational period, like with the recent winter weather event. TCEQ duties at the SOC, when activated, our staff provide single point of contact from the agency. They participate in many daily meetings and calls. They provide the daily report outs on the state agency activities to the SOC, other agencies, and TDM. And most importantly, they help answer questions and provide agency guidance to the many issues that flow through the State Operations Center. In addition, our staff, in addition to our staff working with TDM, we also coordinate with many other state and federal partners or groups embedded within the State Operations Center, such as FEMA, with EPA, with our state Department of State Health Services, the Texas Railroad Commission, the Public Utility Commission. There's a Public Works Response Team that's created by TDM and TexWorm. So there's many partners. There's many more, but those are some of the partners that are with us at the table when we're down at the State Operations Center. And I do want to just briefly give a shout out to Michelle Helveca and Melinda Torres, our staff that responded down there and have been down there since the beginning of this event. And although they've transitioned from a 24-hour-a-day operation to a 12-hour-a-day operation, they're still staffing the SOC as we speak. How do we identify and support getting drinking water to all parts of the state, especially in an event like this past winter storm? Our staff that are embedded at the SOC provide the TDM staff with daily situational awareness reports, information on the current status of the many public water systems, and then also the wastewater systems and other utilities around the state of Texas. This information basically enables TDM to focus on those areas with the highest concentration of non-operational systems or those systems that are on the boil water notices. What that does is that helps them when they need to allocate those resources around the state. So that helps TDM make those decisions on where that bottled water is needed most, where those tanker trucks with bulk potable water need to be directed. They take that information directly from the information we're providing them there daily throughout the day. What's the process for making a resource request in Texas? And so this is when a local government or let's say a public water system has a request. They need a certain resource that they don't have and they can't fill. In Texas, the way that would work is when the resource that they need is beyond the scope of their local response, they can get with their emergency management director or their emergency management coordinator in their area, and then they'll consult with TDM's district coordinator. And they have district coordinators situated all around the state in different regions. And if you look, wrong shoulder, if you look over my shoulder, I've got some maps up on the wall that show some of those areas. So once they've talked with their emergency management director or coordinator and the local district coordinator, they will then contact and go to their disaster district emergency operations center chair, which in Texas we have different regions set up, and that chair is usually a highway patrol officer, captain or lieutenant who serves as that chair. If the DDC can fill that need, that they will fill it. If they can't fill that at the local or the regional county level, then that request is required to go up to the State Operations Center. When that happens, you've got your district coordinator and your emergency management coordinators to help coordinate that but basically what they do is they put together what's called a State of Texas Assistance Request, affectionately called a STAR. And that's the vehicle that is sent up from the local regional level to the state of Texas level, to the State Operations Center, where there it is reviewed, authorized, and then filled. And the way they fill that from a multiple avenue of sources, they can go to a state agency and ask that state agency to fill the request, or many state agencies to help fill those requests. They can go to outside contractors, to the federal government, what have you, to help meet those needs. And one of the things that happened during the winter weather is I saw so many STAR requests coming in. We were actually requested here at TCEQ to activate our emergency response contractor to help provide bottled water. And we were able to work with TDM and provide truckloads of bottled water in the San Antonio and Houston areas. And though I'm sure it was only a drop in the bucket, so to speak, to what the state needed, we were certainly glad to help in that respect. What are some of the other things that we do related to our duties at the State Operations Center? We're there to help facilitate the many issues that come up, let's say in the middle of the night, and help find solutions or resolve those issues or those many problems. I know, as Craig had talked about, we actually had 4 or 5 large emergency response events or potential emergency response events that occurred and had to be dealt with at all times of the day. And so our staff down at the SOC are there to help facilitate those events when they come in, and to make sure that we have the right information and guidance from our agency flowing at the state level through the State Operations Center. And we're also taking that information and getting it back to the agency so we can respond as appropriate. Back to providing...
Heads up, I need to turn off my screen, but I am listening. I just didn't want you to freak out if you see my face disappear, but carry on.
I thought you were going to tell me I was on mute the whole time.
Sure. Heard you loud and clear.
Thank you. Also, our TCEQ regional staff were instructed to help the water systems with understanding the process for making these resource requests, as I mentioned. So as Craig had mentioned, and I think it was like 4,700 call-outs. So during many of these call-outs, or the calls we actually received at the regional staff level, our staff were instructed to communicate to those many water systems and wastewater systems what the process was for making those resource requests, those STAR requests. And so I think that was very important and helpful. And we were also able to provide the contact information for those areas that needed to make the request. I also want to talk about our coordination with our federal partners. This was something that Craig had briefly touched on. During the event as it unfolded, there was a real concern that we would run out of lab capacity in the private drinking water labs, where the many water systems needed to take their bacterial samples to have those analyzed to help those systems get off of the boil water notices that they were on. To help relieve that potential issue with the labs being overwhelmed, on Thursday, February 18th, TCEQ requested what we call as a mission assignment from FEMA for EPA to bring in 3 mobile drinking water labs. And we actually had to submit a STAR request as part of that process, as I just explained. So FEMA approved that request and passed that on to EPA. And EPA agreed to bring in 3 of their mobile drinking water labs, which was very helpful for the state of Texas, and gave us that added security that we would be able to handle any capacity that was being exceeded at the local private laboratory level. The EPA labs came out of EPA's Region 7, Kansas City, Kansas. and then additional two of the other labs came from EPA's Region 4, one from Athens, Georgia, and the other one from Atlanta, Georgia. The laboratory coming from Region 4 Athens arrived on February 22nd. It was a Monday, where it was set up and became operational. And that was set up at our Houston regional office here in Texas. The second lab was set up and became operational February 23rd. That was the Kansas City lab from EPA Region 7. That lab was set up in our Dallas-Fort Worth office and became operational that day. The third lab arrived the next day, Wednesday, February 24th, and that's the Region 4 lab from Atlanta, Georgia. And that lab was set up in our San Antonio regional office and became operational that day. We situated those laboratories in areas of the Fort Worth, the Houston, and San Antonio, where we had most of the boil water notices coming in, and that where it would be easier for folks, systems around the state to get their samples in. Although those laboratories were not used very much because ultimately the private laboratories really stepped up. Many of the laboratories work 24 hours a day on the analysis and on the weekends. It was very important that we had that extra capacity there if needed, and we certainly appreciate EPA for helping us there. To conclude that, those laboratories, once we knew that the capacity was in hand and under control, we began demobilization of those EPA mobile laboratories this past Monday, March 1st. Another area where we coordinated with FEMA and EPA on a mission assignment was for deployment of the EPA's Aspect aircraft, as Craig had mentioned. On Friday, February 26th, TCEQ made an additional mission assignment request through FEMA to EPA to request that their aircraft be deployed to help us with overflights to basically conduct chemical detection, identification of any chemical plumes that could be seen in the atmosphere over the Houston Ship Channel industrial area, the Beaumont's industrial complex, and the industrial complex in Corpus Christi. So they were able to make that we made that request on a Friday evening, and they had their aircraft in the air the next morning, Saturday morning. An incredible response. The aircraft flew on Saturday. It flew Sunday. Monday, they were grounded due to the severe weather in the area, and they have been up in the air every day since. And they're currently scheduled to fly through the remainder of this week. These flights are very important, although we've not seen any detections that cause any immediate concern. It helps us understand what's going on the ground, and helps us if there was a need to direct any of our ground forces, our staff with our handheld units or our mobile monitoring vans that are out in the area, it would help us to focus in on those areas where we needed to go. And so we're very thankful for EPA support in that aspect. I just lost my screen. To conclude, I would like to thank everyone for all their hard work on this recent disaster. And at this point, I would like to transfer the discussion to Earl Lott, TCEQ's director for our Office of Water. And Earl's going to continue the discussion on the water issues. Earl, to you. Thank you.
Kelly, thank you very much. Colleagues, any questions for Kelly before we let him go?
No, that was great. I know I just got back on the screen, but Earl, could we maybe take a 5-minute break before you get going?
Yes, ma'am. So it's I've got 2:59. Why don't we take a recess until 3:05? All right. With that, we stand in recess.
Oh, I might have to fiddle with my computer cords again. So if I go off screen, I'm still listening.
Okay.
Just a heads up.
My clock is showing 3:05, so we're back after a short recess. And Earl, why don't you take it away?
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Earl Lott. I'm the Director of the Office of Water, and I'm going to continue where my colleagues have left off. So just to get started, the TCEQ is responsible for the oversight of over 7,000 public water systems in the state of Texas, with the goal of ensuring that all water system customers are provided with safe and adequate drinking water supplies for over 29 million Texans. Public water systems in Texas face some significant challenges as a result of this recent winter storm, both on the treatment side as well as the distribution side. And most of the problems that were encountered were a result of prolonged power outages, frozen mechanical devices on the treatment side, as well as broken water mains and broken pipes. Our rules do require that water systems with over 250 connections are required to have emergency power. And some of the options for emergency power include elevated storage, which is capable of providing over 100 gallons of water per each connection, emergency power generation through mechanical or electric generators, as well as having a dual power provider. The last option is an interconnect with another water system that has emergency power or elevated storage. In addition, certain facilities, public water systems located in Harris or Fort Bend counties are required to have an emergency preparedness plan. And that requires them to be capable of providing at least 35 PSI of water pressure for a power outage lasting over 24 hours. Out of the 1,985 public water systems, over 325 of them were required to have emergency preparedness plans during this event. And out of that 1,985 universe, 882 were not required to have any emergency power or emergency preparedness plans. And those mainly consist of smaller utilities. One of the things I would like to highlight is our Office of Water staff actions during this event. Carrie Michelle and her staff did an outstanding job, and as I think Executive Director Baker said, we were coming off of another significant event with San Angelo dealing with the water system, and we had deployed staff out into the field to assist the city of San Angelo addressing their issue. And right on the tail end of that event, we had staff that were frozen in San Angelo and could not get back to Austin because it was encroaching the beginning of this event. As we got going on this event, we had staff readily available. As the previous speakers have said, some of them were without power themselves. And I know I spent countless hours on the phone with Carrie Michelle, and, she had mentioned her house was below 43 degrees at times. So without power themselves. One of the things I'd like to highlight is the public water system staff reviewed over 4,000 emails that came into our boil water notice email box, and that's to review boil water notices as well as rescind them, as well as their compliance plans. They also responded to over 400 requests for assistance by public water systems, and completed over 34 engineering reviews and temporary authorizations, allowing emergency water haulers, emergency well construction, and emergency interconnects. So one of the things I'd like to also highlight is some of the challenges that we identified early on in this event was, and you've heard it stated, was the potential shortfall with laboratory capacity. With over 1,900
systems on boil water notices, in order to get off of those, they're required to have bacteriological tests. And we looked at the number of labs that we had operational in the state. You know, a lot of them were down just due to COVID protocols and different reasons. And we did outreach to a number of those labs, and we had about 30 of them on board to assist over the weekend and work additional hours. Our executive director sent out a request that asked for additional assistance, and I think we had 57 then respond that they would provide assistance through the weekend and additional hours. And a lot of those are private labs, and they open their doors to accepting samples from outside entities. So we're grateful for that. And as Kelly had mentioned, we also partnered with EPA and received 3 mobile labs, as well as Arkansas and Oklahoma had offered to provide assistance if necessary. So.
Hey, Earl, quick question. On those stats, you were rattling off the 4,000 emails that were reviewed and that kind of thing. Do you know when that started? I mean, is that over, I'm guessing that's a 2-week time frame, but just kind of curious.
Yes, so that started right at the beginning of the event, I guess around the 14th when we started providing assistance to those systems, and it's still going on today.
Okay, thanks.
So in addition to responding to those emails, we also provided guidance on the website. You know, as Craig had mentioned earlier, we worked with OCE to set up a call bank, basically a hotline for any of the water systems to call if they were needing assistance locating labs, and we would direct them to labs within their geographical location. And we had about 132 calls come in on that hotline, and I think 17 of them were requesting assistance locating labs, and about 70 of them were public water systems requesting assistance. So our staff was able to assist them in that endeavor as well. We're continuing to accept those calls through our 800 number, and really working to get these remaining systems up and operational as quickly as possible. One other thing I would like to highlight is, yes, another unfortunate circumstance that came out of this event is with the chemical plants being disabled. We've heard from a few water systems that there was disruptions in the chemicals needed to treat their water. There's some potential shortfalls in chlorine supplies, and also on the wastewater side with sodium hydrochloride. It's something they need to dechlorinate their water prior to discharging on the wastewater side. We've been working closely with TDM, and I've personally reached out to a lot of the chemical companies to see if we can bridge that supply chain gap. There appears to be a significant supply out there. I mean, it is an issue, but what we're seeing right now is the chemical plants and distributors are really rationing their orders. They're not fulfilling orders to the max necessarily, just to ensure that they can get through this little lapse right now. They're expecting in the next 2 weeks that they'll get back to full capacity, and hopefully things will return to normal. But we're keeping an eye on that and trying to provide assistance on a regular basis. So in conclusion, we are continuing to provide assistance, technical assistance. I know Carrie Michelle and her staff are busy doing that and reviewing boil water notices and compliance records as they come in, with the goal of getting the remaining systems off of these boil water notices and up and operational as soon as possible. That kind of concludes my presentation, but I'll be happy to address any questions y'all may have.
Thanks, Earl. I don't think I have any colleagues. Any questions for Earl?
Okay.
We might want to come back later. For now, I think we're good.
Great. With that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Erin, Chancellor.
Thank you, Earl. Hi, Erin.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, General Counsel, and Public Interest Counsel. I'm Erin Chancellor, Director of the Office of Legal Services. Thank you all for having me to discuss my office's role in TCEQ's response to the recent severe cold weather events. So overall, the Office of Legal Services, or OLS, primarily plays a supporting role in disaster response. OLS provides legal counsel to the executive director and TCEQ offices to ensure disaster response activities follow the relevant regulations and statutes. And there is one place where OLS does take a leading role, and that is with the rule suspension request, which is what I will be talking about today. So for every disaster, the agency, as has been said multiple times, the agency starts prepping as soon as possible and tries to anticipate any impediments to disaster recovery. We talked through issues that have occurred in the past, what might occur in the event to come, and what might happen in the following days and weeks. And so sometimes the agency requests that the governor suspend specific rules, or sometimes the agency will rely on enforcement discretion and address those on a case-by-case basis. And many times the agency will submit a rule suspension request as well as relying on that enforcement discretion for other matters, and kind of do a combo of the two. So I'm going to quickly touch on enforcement discretion. The Texas Water Code grants the commission discretion regarding whether or not to initiate an enforcement action and whether or not to assess an administrative penalty. And certain affirmative defenses may be available to a regulated entity, but that regulatory entity bears the burden of proof in establishing those defenses. So accordingly, the agency will consider using enforcement discretion if noncompliance was unavoidable directly due to impacts from the disaster. And I thought it would be a good time to note that over the past year, the agency has begun the practice of posting requests for enforcement discretion during disasters, as well as any of the agency responses on the relevant incident page. And so, there are some implications. There are some things it takes us a little longer to post because of Public Information Act laws about different types of information. But we try to get up there as soon as we can. Definitely not uploaded in real time, but we try to get it up there as soon as possible. So on to the rule suspension request. I want to be clear that a rule suspension being in effect during a disaster does not by any means grant facilities blanket authority to avoid compliance with TCEQ rules. I think that sometimes gets misconstrued, which is why I'm getting a little deeper into it than what we've done for this particular disaster. Not only is there a long list of caveats for the suspensions to apply, but the agency also tailors the rule suspension request as narrowly as possible to allow, so we can allow the regulated community to have some regulatory relief or flexibility during this time, but only to the extent needed to respond to the disaster. And every time this is coming up, senior and executive management, as well as staff throughout the agency, carefully evaluate the rules proposed for suspension, taking into account the unique characteristics of each particular disaster and the disaster's expected impact on the public and the regulated community. I mentioned earlier how the agency has taken a proactive approach to transparency when utilizing enforcement discretion, and the agency tries to be as transparent as possible here too with rule suspension requests. Once we submit to the governor's office, and if the governor approves, we immediately post the rule suspension list to the incident webpage along with the governor's approval and any amendments to that request if we have to make additional requests with the governor's office. And that list includes each rule that's temporarily suspended, as well as the reason the suspension will lessen the impact to disaster recovery. And the entire rule suspension is subject to some limiting language that appears on the first page of the request. And I'm going to briefly run through that limiting language because it's really important, and I want to ensure everyone understands the effect of the suspension.
And it's part of the statute too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, get ready. We're going to talk about it. But yeah, so it is. But pursuant to it's Texas government. Well, there's multiple parts, but the main one, Texas Government Code Section 418.016. Says the governor may suspend the provisions of any regulatory statute prescribing the procedures for conduct of state business or the orders or rules of a state agency if strict compliance with the provisions, orders, or rules would in any way prevent, hinder, or delay necessary action in coping with a disaster. So, consistent with any, governor's disaster proclamation for whichever event it is, TCEQ will request that the governor suspend specific rules that may specifically prevent, hinder, or delay actions needed to respond to the disaster. And that suspension is requested only to the extent the rules actually do prevent, hinder, or delay necessary action in coping with the disaster. And unless the suspension is rescinded earlier, the rule suspension is restricted to the duration of the governor's disaster proclamation, and it's limited to the counties specified in that proclamation, which for this particular disaster was the entire state. For a hurricane, it'll only be particular parts of the state. So that's another limiting factor to the rule suspension. But anytime this happens, all regulated entities should take all available actions necessary to ensure compliance with environmental regulations and permit requirements to protect the health and safety of Texans and the environment. So those regulated entities must prepare and maintain records related to their actions and suspended rules, as those regulated entities bear the burden of demonstrating that compliance would have prevented, hindered, or delayed their ability to cope with a disaster. There's sometimes they need a little bit more time with reporting requirements, and so any delay of report submittals should be minimized as much as possible and resumed as soon as practicable. And another important part of the suspension is, we always specify that the request, that some of the suspended rules in the request may have federal counterparts in statute or regulation, and the suspension wouldn't apply to those federal counterparts. We are talking about the state here. So all that limiting language is crucial to the rule suspension and something that the regulated community must really take seriously when operating in a disaster scenario. So for this particular disaster, TCEQ requested the initial rule suspension on Saturday, February 13th. It was approved that day. We then submitted an amended request on Monday, February 15th. It was approved that day. And then a second amended request on Friday, February 19th. And again, it was approved that day. So as I noted earlier, the rule suspension lasts for the duration of the disaster proclamation, but sometimes, depending on the scenario, TCEQ may request the governor's office to rescind that rule suspension earlier, as long as, doing so won't impede disaster recovery. And so discussions regarding when that will happen are ongoing, and they happen often. So as soon as it's appropriate to do so, we'll likely make that request. And that is it for the rule suspension. Thank y'all again for taking the time to let me come explain it, and I'm happy to answer any questions if y'all have any.
So I have a couple, I think, Erin, and one is just going to be redundant to what you just said, I think, but just to drive the point home, a regulated entity can't take any comfort or safe harbor in a rule suspension unless, in their case, it is in fact true that strict compliance in their particular situation would have prevented, hindered, or delayed an appropriate response to the disaster, right?
Correct. Yes.
So it's part of their showing to be covered by the rule suspension. And then my next question is, can you give us a flavor, one or two examples of how the rule suspension was used in this disaster?
Sure. So there are certain requirements. I always go to the most morbid one because it's the most memorable. So I probably should have prepared a better example. But the one I always think of is we have some rules related to disposal of animal carcasses. And something that happened in the freeze was there were a lot of animal deaths due to the weather. And so one thing we do is provide a little bit of regulatory flexibility for folks to dispose of those animals, as they usually don't deal with so many at one time. Again, kind of regretting my example is such a depressing one. So also, we provided some relief for public water systems. Obviously, we're a regulatory agency. We have a lot of administrative rules and things that they can probably get done a little later. Whenever a system is trying to get their get a boil water notice lifted, or they're just trying to get their folks back online, they can take a few extra days to get us that administrative paperwork that's required by the rule. It's not always something that the agency needs to give approval for. It's more of just a check the box, and so things like that. So there were some very, very targeted, specific portions of Chapter 290. I'm talking down to we did 290.46 F3AI. So we really drill down on these. We don't we try as much as possible to not just do a whole subchapter. I mean, it happens because sometimes the whole subchapter needs to be suspended for a certain amount of time. But we really do have very detailed, long conversations about how specific we can get with these. So.
Great. Thanks, Erin. Colleagues, any questions for Erin?
I wanted to poke on one question I had in my mind, and I appreciate, Chairman, your effort to bring it down to the level of examples on these, because I think that it was a good discussion. I appreciate it. I'm nursing the suspicion that perhaps Commissioner Lindley and I may be the two scratching our heads a little bit more than the other two faces on this call at the moment. This is a good discussion about the legal component of our agency's work. But, stated another way, we give a notice, a heads up to the regulated community that there's some opportunities that appear obvious to us on this side of the storm, not knowing anything about their processes, where rule suspensions or the administrative relief, the flexibility in us using our enforcement discretion, our decision not to pursue a administrative or penalty or violation of our rules, we kind of let the public know where we acknowledge that those potential rule suspensions are, as the governor's office agrees and signs off on and puts that pre-storm, pre-event circumstance. And I think that this is an effort on our agency's part to try to be really as aware of the past situations where we've learned from past events, emergency events, where a storm will roll in. If this affirmative notice of rule suspension hasn't gone out to the public, I think there's circumstances where you might well imagine that regulated entities are going to be staring at a storm barreling down and a deadline from our agency with an enforcement action attached to it versus the work and safety of their plant employees. So that really tries to speak to what we anticipate as a question of life and death. But just stepping aside from that process, I'm curious, what flexibility do we have on an everyday basis in terms of a circumstance happens for one individual facility, not countywide, not statewide? If our agency was asked to give this sort of a regulatory relief, how does our process tend to differ or compare in those different circumstances?
Sure. So if we're doing something on a case-by-case basis using enforcement discretion, I'm guessing that's more along the lines of what you're asking about. Yeah, so under Texas Water Code Section 7.002 is where we talk about enforcement authority. And it says the commission may initiate an action under this chapter to enforce provisions of this code. Basically gives just, since it has the word may in there, I won't get into the whole Code Construction Act of it all because everyone will fall asleep. But, may creates a discretionary authority for the agency. And so the typical process, which is more in Craig's shop, is that they will, folks can email or call the Office of Compliance and Enforcement and give all the very specific scenario, situation of what's happening with their facility and why they need enforcement discretion, and then OCE can take those up on a case-by-case basis. Does that answer your question?
I think it does, and I appreciate that. It's a point that I wanted to make sure I was clear on, and that we can help the public understand that the rule suspensions, our agency's use of enforcement discretion, and generally our agency's posture throughout natural crises of one sort or another, all fall in the same general area, as I see it, of our use of regulatory authority. I don't know that just to repeat the point you made at the start, a rule suspension doesn't mean a broad, across-the-board, get-out-of-jail for all of our rules and agencies' requirements. It's really, in my mind, nothing more than a slightly more public and more specific opportunity for what always exists, where if there's up against the wall, act of God circumstances where regulated entities need to come to our agency and explain why they were unable to meet their rule requirements, there's a degree of regulatory flexibility that we hold regardless of any of those rule suspensions or other opportunities. So I think that's a really important point, just to try to make sure we've clarified for the public. But I appreciate, and I think that the agency continues to be very thoughtful in trying to use, and hurricanes, the regulatory posture we've tried to take throughout the past year and change of COVID, and then this storm, I think all show very good examples of how our agency is thoughtful in using this opportunity for flexibility. And I want to commend you and commend Mr. Pritzlaff's office staff in giving a good, thorough, and deep review, in my opinion, of all those different requests as they come through and across our agency's desk.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you. And if anyone wants to see more, so the enforcement discretion page for the COVID, for our COVID incident page is pretty extensive. And so that kind of gives you a range of what some things that people end up that some facilities end up asking for. And they're not all granted. They have to tell us exactly why, how their facility will be impacted and what, the relation is to the disaster. And so, yeah, I mean, it's a process. There's a lot of back and forth. It's definitely not any sort of rubber stamp situation. And I realize, I'm sure, I have no idea who else on this work session, but I realize there's probably some folks who do not have to deal with animal carcasses or they don't run a PWS. And so I think something that maybe the public can wrap their head around better is, there's some regulations having to do with garbage pickup and debris. And so that is one that I think probably is a better example that people could relate to. Trying to get debris, out of people's yards as soon as possible, which is a little bigger of a deal for a hurricane. But things like that, making sure this one, a big deal is getting your garbage picked up, which, partially is a municipality issue, but, we also have a hand in landfills. And so, just trying to make sure people can get back to normal as soon as they can and doing what we can do on our end to get that done in a way that's still protective of human health and the environment. So.
Thank you, Erin. Anything else for Erin?
All right. Well, thanks, y'all. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing Tonya. So, Tonya Baer, how about it?
Thank you, Erin. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Tonya Baer, Director of the Office of Air. So during the winter storm, the Office of Air coordinated with the EPA to waive regulations involving the supply of fuel due to refinery and distribution terminal disruptions. We requested the waivers to help alleviate expected fuel shortages since fuel was not able to be produced, stored, or transported due to either power outages or bad road conditions. We deal with these a lot during hurricanes in the summer months, and there are different fuel regulations during the summer months than the winter months. So for the winter months, we only had 2 requirements that were in effect that could be impacted, and that's the Texas low-emission diesel or TEX-led requirements. These are only required in 110 of our counties, mainly in central and eastern Texas. We also have the oxygenated gasoline requirements just for El Paso County. So the fuel waiver allows the supply of substitute fuel that don't comply with the fuel mix requirements in place at the time because that type of fuel wasn't available. Because these fuel requirements are included in our Texas State Implementation Plan, or SIP, these requirements are federally enforceable, and therefore we needed the EPA to grant a waiver of these. So on Friday, February 19th, the executive director, on behalf of the governor, sent a letter to the EPA requesting the EPA exercise its authority under the Clean Air Act to waive the 2 fuel requirements in place for a period of 21 days. And I'm happy to report on that very same day, the EPA granted our fuel waiver. Government can go fast, people. For both of the fuel requirements until March 5th, 2021. as part of that waiver, they also allowed the retail outlets and wholesale purchaser consumers that received any of the substitute fuel to continue to either use or sell that fuel until their supplies are depleted. So, and as of today, we have not received any requests to extend these waivers. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know that's pretty simple, or it seems simple. It might have been a lot more complicated at the time. Otherwise, if you don't have questions for me, I'll pass it on to Brent Wade.
Any questions, colleagues? Well, let me just add thanks to EPA. EPA is a great partner to Texas in our disaster response, and that's just one example among many of that partnership. Thanks, Tonya. Appreciate it. Brent, how you doing?
Doing well. How are y'all this afternoon?
Doing well. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm looking out the window at a beautiful day and listening to a symphony of chainsaws throughout the neighborhood. You're going everywhere. For the record, my name is Brent Wade. I'm the director of the Office of Waste. And as many of you know, the Office of Waste is essentially a post-disaster office. We don't come in with the broom, but we facilitate the expeditious use of it, to get things cleaned up. We assist in facilitation, storm debris staging, demolition debris, municipal industrial waste generated as a result of the storm. We also assist in the continued disaster recovery through technical expertise, flexibility with pertinent rule suspensions, temporary authorizations, and I think Erin mentioned it. A couple of those examples that we use there are extended operating hours, extended operating days, staging of debris waste, and as an example, in a landfill footprint. Through that. So one of the other things that we did, just kind of skipping through some things that we did, like Craig, we did stand up a call line to take waste calls from local authorities, municipalities, waste management services, and actually the public. We really didn't get a lot of calls because the waste wasn't to the volume that we've experienced in other storms. As an example, Harvey. There were 190,000 homes flooded. We didn't have that degree of waste being generated, because every garage, had waste in it, all through Houston. But with this waste, to call it just yard waste, I think is a gross understatement as to the volume that was generated. Probably one of the hardest things to find right now is a tree service company to come get the brush out of your yard. I know I alone generated probably 2.5 tons of that kind of waste. Along with that, one of the other things that we invariably get questions about is Superfund. And Superfund sites that, was there any damage to the above ground treatment facilities? And for the most part, generally these disasters, they generally hold up pretty well. At any given time, we have around 90 Superfund sites, that's state and federal, in the state. And as soon as we were able to get out, we did go out and look at mainly the ones that we felt could have potentially been vulnerable. Not only did we look at state Superfund sites, but we assisted EPA and looked at some of theirs too. Essentially what we found was we have several Superfund sites that have small neighborhoods next to them that are completely on well water. And the only way that they can get potable water is through a filtration system through one of our contractors. As example, one site has hexavalent chromium to the extent that the water is golden, untreated, but perfectly fine once it goes through these filter systems. As you can imagine, the freezing temperatures certainly had an effect on some of those. So the day that we could get our contractor on the road after everything was thawing, we had them out there repairing. We ended up repairing probably about 16 different filtration systems, throughout in 3 different areas. And of course that was certainly well received by the folks that were there, not because their only source was that well of drinking water. In addition to that, we did have some broken pipes, as you might expect, some frozen control mechanisms in some of the couple Superfund sites, but in no way did any of the damage that came about prevent us to continue the remediation that's going on at the site. Nor did we expect, in no way did it exacerbate it either. So from that perspective, those things all turned out well. Again, like I said, the Office of Waste, we will be dealing with this, when the immediate responses, as in water, those have to take place in days. With waste, we'll be dealing with a lot of this, sometimes for months. As far as staging, ensuring that we're metering, the waste through, getting it taken care of. The local authorities and the waste service providers have done a really good job. Probably one of the first calls that we got, though, speaking to Tonya's dealing with fuel, while providing fuel is not under our purview, one of the first calls we got were from a couple of waste service companies that they were trying to plan, for trash pickup and everything in the coming days, and they were having a difficult time. Some of the waste companies, their fleets are diesel. Other waste companies, their fleets are compressed natural gas. So the ones with compressed natural gas, they were getting a little edgy about whether they're going to be able to keep their fleets rolling or not. And so far they've been able to. And like I said, while we don't have purview over that, we certainly have a vested interest in them continuing to run. So, but beyond that, that's pretty much it for the Office of Waste and kind of things that we handle. You'll probably hear more as things go along. And like I say, things just after the storms, that's when the things pick up for us.
Great.
Any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Brent. Appreciate that. I don't think I have any questions for you, colleagues. Any questions for Brent? Anything on waste or Superfund?
No questions. I do just want to say I wasn't aware of the intersection, the impact with our response, our agency's response on those Superfund sites. So I'm really pleased to hear that we were able to move in so quickly and make sure that the water filtration systems in those locations were operational.
For whatever reason, Commissioner,
I visited one of our agency's Superfund sites. I think I'm very. It was just before we all got stuck inside penalty box for COVID, but the trip to visit and seeing the local community that came out at the event for initiating cleanup where EPA began operations there, I'm very sensitive to how, particularly where there's a local neighborhood right next to, we're in the midst of that site. I appreciate the office mobilizing there. Thank you.
Well, appreciate it, because trust me, the folks that live in those neighborhoods, it's a very important issue to them. So, well, with that being said, if there's no other questions, I will give it over to Miss Kelly Keel Linden.
Thank you, Brent. Hi, Kelly.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Kelly Keel Linden, Director of the Office of Administrative Services. Our role in this event was largely to support the other offices and the agency as a whole, so I can give you a few highlights there. From the IT perspective, we helped support with assisting in the development of the GIS maps that we saw, identifying where the non-operational systems were and where systems that were under a boil water notice were located. You've heard about the hotline that was set up also for the water systems to be able to identify labs that could help with the sampling if they were bumping into problems there. Again, that's something that we helped with in coordination with the other offices and with external relations to put that into place really in a very short time frame. From the financial perspective, again, like in Hurricane Harvey, we've waived late fees for our customers who've been impacted by the event. And then on the support services front, as y'all have heard, our campus in North Austin, Park 35, we monitored conditions there for that campus, and we did sustain some what I would consider minor damage, all things considered, to two of our buildings, Building B and E. D as in dog, E as in echo, and so we've worked expeditiously with the Texas Facilities Commission to have those areas cleaned up. No further comments for me. If y'all have any questions, I can answer those or turn it over to Mr. Ryan Vise.
Done for me. Thanks, Kelly. Any questions,
Thank
colleagues?
you.
I don't have any questions, but I do think I think back to where we were a year ago, and then the event that we're still dealing with, the winter storm, and if our OS division hadn't been so strong, I don't know how we would have handled any of this. I mean, Craig referenced our IRD division, and IRD deserves a huge round of applause. But it's not just IRD. There's a whole lot of people in OAS that kept the wheels in motion, and very, very grateful for all their help. So that's all.
Thanks, Commissioner Lindley.
Amen. Thank you, Kelly. Ryan, good to see you. What do you have for us?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Ryan Vise. I'm the Director for the External Relations Division. I wanted to go over a few things with y'all on their external relations side. We'll wanted to first talk about some of the media coverage that we did receive. And since February 17th, TCEQ has received approximately almost 5,000 mentions in the media, and that's globally. Some of the big ones that we received over 150 media inquiries through this winter storm event from across the world, including CNN, CBS, National, Bloomberg, New York Times. Even the Japanese news outlet reached out for some information. One of the things that we did in relation to the storm and other previous disasters is really come out in front in doing interviews, and Executive Director Baker and some of the other directors, including Mr. Lott and others, were very obliging in doing these and conducting these interviews. And I think looking back, it was very successful to get our message out there. Some of the big ones that we did do, one with the Texas Tribune, Beaumont Enterprise, KXAN Austin, KRGV McAllen, CBS DFW, and we also had Houston Chronicle. In looking at that, the total readership is about 15 million combined. So looking through our analytics, that was a great way for us to reach the public on what the agency was doing. And I look forward to finding ways where we can do that more, hopefully not necessarily in future disasters, because no one wants that. But at the same time, I think it's a great way for us to get the message of what the agency is doing in response to an emergency. We were also very active in social media. And since February 17th, we had posted 54 social media posts related to the storm and our response. And that received about 361,000 impressions, which means people saw those posts as they scrolled through their social media feeds. We had 11,000 engagements, which means people were commenting or interacting with that post. So it was a great way for us. Again, social media is key for us during an emergency to really get the message out there. I typically think of it as, as we had those rolling blackouts across the state, most people didn't have access to their televisions, but they had access to their phones. And so first things they typically do is go to social media. One of the real quick, what we did this time around also was do video updates with Executive Director Baker. And we did that a few times. And this was really helpful from the sense it was a video, 30-second to a minute clip. And we did talking about air, talking about water, and talking about waste and how to separate that waste at the curb if you did have flooding in your house. And those were very engaging for the public. And it was actually one of the top things that were clicked and viewed on our social media. So looking at how we can be more interactive with the public, how we can engage them more during an emergency, mainly to be sure that the right information is getting out there and the accurate information. Moving on to the incident page, we did create the incident page right after the storm. And a couple of the big things that we did was make sure that we had the enforcement discretion documents posted on there, along with the governor's acknowledgement and approval of those. We also coordinated across the agency to make sure that we had guidance documents that were needed for this event up and posted. And so I appreciate everyone's time on that. We had about 7,000 people, or 7,000 clicks on the incident page. and about 2,000 of those were coming from the homepage link. So a lot of the other ones that out of that 6,000 were coming from either social media or some other source. And the biggest clicks from that main incident page were to those video updates that I mentioned just a second ago with Executive Director Baker, but also TCEQ's toll-free numbers were the second highest clicked. And then forms and guidance documents were followed closely behind that. That is pretty much closes out my segment. I'm happy to take any questions if y'all have them.
Thanks, Ryan. Just want to kind of reiterate what you're saying. Probably the two most valuable tools this agency has in communicating with the public during a disaster are our incident webpage, where we post, guidance, information for citizens, regulated entities, enforcement discretion, rule suspensions, information or links to air quality monitoring, information about boil water notices, and so forth. So that's one incident webpage. And then the other are our social media posts. And colleagues, we don't get to talk unless we're in a public meeting, but I'll share with you that Ryan and I had sidebars about trying to get the media more plugged into our social media feed to help them in their coverage of the agency, just to help amplify important messages that we may have during a disaster. And Ryan, my question for you is just to check in to see how that effort's going. I know oftentimes we just get inquiries directly from media, but how much are we able to direct media either to our social media feeds or our incident webpage to get our...
Yes, sir. So that is our kind of first line of defense to protect our employees from the onslaught of media inquiries. Is when media first comes to us and starts asking questions, we direct them to our incident page immediately, just to make sure that if they have those questions, that they're answered there. We typically do that first and foremost, but we also we have a lot of news organizations that do follow us on social media, and so they are sharing that information with the public, which is very helpful. And that's one of the reasons why we do see a higher impression rate, because that content is being shared with the media, which we do appreciate. We do reach out to them through this event with updates. So when there was a major update that through the emergency, the media relations team was reaching out to them directly to kind of increase that public knowledge, so to speak. So I think it works well. I think they still want their sound bites and, sometimes relating to interviews and other things like that, which I totally understand. But I think that's a great recommendation, and I see that just improving as we move forward.
Thank you, Ryan. Colleagues, any questions for Ryan? All right.
Ryan, I wanted to just commend you on what I think is another area of the agency is really continuing to grow and improve. And I think your shop is one of the primary drivers, or at least you're central to our internal work on it. And that's the decision that I noted where we had up on our incident webpage, the event website, the guidance responding not just to the regulated community, but there was guidance, I think, directed to the public in terms of requesting relief as they may need it from our agency's processes. And that would be really particularly just extensions of requests for their engagement with our agency. And I think that's something that we also tried to take very seriously in making sure we were responsive to those where it was needed and really not going beyond mere necessity in terms of offering that regulatory relief. But I think it was great to see that we were then taking those extra steps to communicate it to the public. We were putting, Director Pritzlaff mentioned the data dumps that occurred twice weekly as we're trying to move the handheld and mobile van monitoring data up onto the website. I just want to say that I'm really pleased to see that, and I'm very happy to see Executive Director staff taking that mission on as much as we can with very, very full plates as we're working to respond to the disasters and needs of the public prioritizing public health and safety, but the public's desire to know is a real strong need that has been increasingly met more and more directly by our agency that I'm really pleased by. And I just want to commend you for the work that you and the other parts of the agency shouldered and may have taken a little more effort to it this time around than before.
Yes, sir. And I have to give credit to everyone involved in the response, whether it's OC, the Office of Water, Office of Waste. You know, we have these creative ideas, and sometimes they can be a headache in the middle of an emergency. But, you know, they really do step up. And I think, you know, there's an extra workload on answering media inquiries on top of a response. And hats off to Craig, Brent, and Earl's teams, because without them, we wouldn't be able to be as transparent or as responsive, because we just don't have that level of detailed information. And so I really do appreciate all their efforts on getting those media responses out. And then all the technology that we have at the agency's disposal to really to show, you know, being able to show that to the public and give them confidence and transparency is huge. So I totally agree. And it's a agency-wide effort, definitely.
Well, thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'll pass it on to my colleague, Ferrell Fields. Damen.
Hi, Ferrell.
Hi. Well, good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. For the record, I'm Ferrell Fields Damen, Director of the Intergovernmental Relations Division. I'm here today to give you a quick update on how IGR communicated with state leadership throughout this emergency response. This weather event was unlike anything IGR has ever had to respond to in my time at TCEQ. IGR was in constant communication with state leadership throughout the event, either by phone calls, emails, or sending out our press statements that were put together through our communications division. Because of the amount of boil water notices throughout the entire state, IGR was restricted in its ability to reach out to each member on each system. For example, we had members that had hundreds of systems on a boil water notice at one time. IGR will take a step back after this event, and we will review how we internally handled this event, and we'll make recommendations to the executive division on how we communicate updates to members going forward. So that is my quick update, and I'm available for any questions. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Ferrell. I don't think I have any questions. Colleagues, any questions for Ferrell?
No questions. I think a lot of your job could be forthcoming on a
Great.
communication for the next couple months to the members. So good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that was in reference to, you know, what are we doing here today? One of the big tasks that I hope to accomplish is to come up with some, at least directions to assemble some recommendations to remedy the water or help mitigate future this kind of disaster and future events, and that's going to include legislative recommendations and perhaps some regulatory recommendations too. Well, Ferrell, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and that brings us to our invited testimony today. We get to hear from some of the folks who lived it on the side of the public water systems, and I'm going to read these off. We'll just take them in the order that they're on my agenda. I think, and this is not alphabetical order, I think it's the order that these folks signed up and agreed to present to us today. So I'm going to begin with the water system serving Round Rock, and we'll just ask you to introduce yourself and then go ahead with your presentation, and thank you again for being here. So I see Matt Baker is the caption, and good afternoon. Great to see you. The floor is yours.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners and General Counsel, and to Executive Director Baker and staff. It's good to see y'all. On a quick personal note, it doesn't seem that long ago that I was there, so it's good to see y'all. In my new capacity here at the city, as a council member, I've been fortunate enough to keep working on environmental issues, and most recently I was appointed to the chair of the Clean Air Coalition, so I look forward to working with you all and supporting you all. Y'all don't get enough things for what you do, and I appreciate you. And I do, but before I forget, I just want to make sure that you all know that you have us as a resource anytime you need us. So we're happy to come testify or come sit down with staff at any time. So thank you. This is down the street. Commissioners, today we're here to share our story about the recent winter storm. And I'm going to make a few comments from a policy perspective, and then I'm going to turn it over to Michael Thane, who's our utility director, who did an awesome job. And again, we'll answer any questions we can, and if we can't answer them, we'll get back to you quickly on anything we need to. But what I do want to say is the events that unfolded in our state, and specifically on our city, were very unfortunate. We had plenty of notice about the impending storms. We knew what type of winter precipitation we were going to get, but we were certainly misled on what to expect on electrical outages, and that's where we ran into a lot of trouble. I can tell you that the misleading information and quite honestly the lack of new information when the event started from the energy providers is what we feel was completely unacceptable. And I know that's not what we're talking about today, but that certainly had a direct impact on our story. Our mayor, Craig Morgan, will be the one. He's already been in contact with our state rep and our state senator, and he'll be working on the electrical issue, but it certainly will come into play with you all clearly because that has a direct impact on our problems and success. Round Rock was blessed. We were successfully able to keep our water flowing, and we're very thankful for that. If our water had stopped, our citizens would have been in a much worse situation. And we never had to do a boil water notice either. And again, we're blessed for that. Michael's going to talk about some of the specifics here in a minute. But I do want to share with you that our success did not happen overnight. We as a council for years have believed that as a city government, one of our core functions is to invest in our infrastructure. And so as a city, we have had a committed effort, prior councils and our current council, of spending millions of dollars in our infrastructure, and that paid off for us. We knew the importance of maintaining our pumps, replacing pipelines, and thank goodness we decided to invest in high-quality generators as well. And going beyond that, we invested heavily and spent a lot of money in maintenance contracts for those generators, which paid off. And secondly, just like you all have been complimenting your staff, as a council member, we put our city management staff up against anyone. They did an awesome job. We make it a priority to hire qualified people for their positions, and we make sure that they are heavily trained. We think that spending money there certainly paid off again for us. We were able to not micromanage them, but turn our staff loose to solve problems. And you're going to hear shortly that's what Michael did. Council, we're not perfect. We have a lot to learn from ourselves. We make mistakes, but we're going to learn from this as well, and hopefully be a better city moving forward too. So if it's all right with you, I'd like to turn over to Michael for just a little bit of a chronology of what we went through.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners, for having us here to tell our story here in Round Rock. It's TCEQ lost Matt Baker at your agency, but we won. We got him here in Round Rock, and he's done an awesome job. So we both get to experience working with Matt Baker. He's a good guy. So
good. We're all pulling the same direction anyway.
Yes, sir. In the city of Round Rock, our water system serves about 148,000 people. And as you know, in a water utility, the main thing you have to, other than a water source, power is your second most important thing you have to have. And as Councilmember Baker alluded to, Round Rock didn't get through this event last week just because of last week. It goes back 15 years in that planning process. And we've had great city council and great city management. And planning is a big part of a utility. And what I mean by that, we've spent about $37 million in the last 15 years on our water treatment plant and our water intake structure at Lake Georgetown. Lake Georgetown is our primary source of water today. So that investment in new infrastructure, rehabilitating, implementing state-of-the-art technology, all those things really helped set the stage, and we felt really prepared coming into an event like this. So when we hear that there's going to be a winter storm event or something bad coming, the first thing we do is we start preparing. We want to make sure we're prepared before that event hits. And that is checking our emergency generators to make sure there's fuel in them, filling up our vehicles, getting our staff set up. And we started doing that all in advance of this storm event. And another big key is we filled up our entire water system basically to the top, because you never know what's going to happen. What I mean by that is we filled up all the elevated storage tanks, all our ground storage tanks, filled up the system in preparation of what could happen. And that was really the key, because the storm event hit on a Thursday afternoon, and we were in good shape Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But then on Monday is when TEC, Pedernales Electric, cut off our power at our intake structure at Lake Georgetown. And that's one of the comments that we want to mention here, is that a water utility is definitely critical infrastructure, no doubt about it. And that's something that we want to understand. Why were we cut off? Because we were cut off basically from that Monday morning, I think that was probably about the 16th of February, through Wednesday afternoon. So 2.5 days, we did not have power at our intake structure. There's 9 pumps at the intake structure, and we have an emergency generator there that runs off diesel, and we can only run 2 pumps off of that diesel generator. So when it's freezing temperatures, and then Monday the power stopped, the other 7 pumps, they froze up, right? And when they froze up, even if power would have come on shortly after that, we would have had to unthaw the pumps. So basically from Monday through Wednesday afternoon, we were running on that generator, emergency generator, at about 13 million gallons a day rate. Well, we were pushing that generator harder than it was meant to. We had it in most generators. If it had 5 gears, we were running it in 6 gear. It was humming. We were pushing 17 million gallons a day rate through that generator. Our demand in our system was a little over 20 million gallons a day. So for 2.5 days, if you keep doing that, it's a good thing we had our system full that I mentioned earlier, because we were able to carry that along for the next 2 days. And that was just huge for us. But let's fast forward to that Wednesday that I'm talking about here. We get power back on that Wednesday afternoon. But that Wednesday morning, because our generator has a fuel tank that's the Army Corps of Engineers owns and manages Lake Georgetown. And we have to get permitted through them to have a hazardous materials tank there or whatever. So they're very careful about that. So our generator has a 500-gallon diesel tank associated with it. We had 3 trucks running around the clock, bringing diesel out there to keep it running. We could not let that diesel generator stop, because that was our only source of power. On Wednesday morning, just a quick sidebar, is Round Rock's team, and I'm talking about all the departments in the city, really had to come together and help us get a 1,000-gallon tank delivered out there, because the roads were very icy that Wednesday morning, which had been February 18th. If you've ever driven up to Lake Georgetown, DB Wood Road is very hilly, and we had to have a transportation truck leading the way, sanding the road, and things like that. So it took a pretty good effort. But we estimated by noon on Wednesday we would run out of fuel in that generator if we did not get that 1,000-gallon tank out there, because we just couldn't keep up. At 12:15, we finally were able to get the tank out there, and about 12:16, the generator ran out of fuel. That's how close we cut it. So we had several instances during this event that were just very close for us. We were able to get the generator running, but we still couldn't produce the amount of water we needed based on the demand. One of the things we did on that Monday, we sent out a social media message saying, customers, start curtailing your usage for essential purposes only. And we defined essential purposes as drinking, cooking, and dripping faucets. I think what happened was everybody started filling up their toilets in anticipation of something really bad. So our demand just really kind of skyrocketed, which went kind of against us there for a little bit. On Wednesday afternoon, many of our tanks one tank went all the way to zero. We were losing all of our storage. The reason we avoided a boil water notice was our pumping system. We were pumping into the system, so we were keeping the pressure up with our high service pumps at the water treatment plant. That's what saved us. But I will tell you this, if we would not have gotten power on that night, we were running out. Our system would have locked out because we would not have been able to pump. The pumps would have been locked out because we did not have enough water that was ready to distribute into the system. So that Wednesday, the 18th, was very touch and go for us, and we barely made it. And we prepared. We did all these things. When I talk about preparing, we had extra parts in our storage room. We had extra pumps. We had everything ready to go. Even with all that preparedness, when you lose power for a significant amount of time, it can devastate a utility. We saw that in the whole state of Texas, what happened. Generators are generally meant for up to 4 hours or so, just a short power outage or whatever. And we had generators in our system, and that's what they're intended for. But never in our wildest dreams did we imagine that we would have to run off an emergency generator for at least up to 3 days, you know. So luckily for our team, and Councilmember Baker mentioned it, we have great staff here. They all have the training through the TCEQ certifications with water licenses and wastewater licenses. We do a lot of cross-training, and all those things really help Round Rock get through this event and keeping water in service for 148,000 people without interruption. Just a couple more comments. Social media can be your friend, but it can also be your enemy, right? In the Round Rock ETJ, so the city of Round Rock provides water for everybody in the city limits. And then we also have some wholesale customers in our ETJ. But there's also 3 other water providers that provide water in our ETJ. And they have Round Rock, Texas addresses. So when all 3 of those were in boil water notices, and when those messages were going out that they were in boil water notices, they were contacting people within the city saying Round Rock's in a boil water notice. So we had to really do some damage control on the message. People were thinking we were in a boil water notice, but we actually never were. So kind of lessons learned of how we handle that, because many people sometimes do not know exactly what their water provider is sometimes. Just because they have a Round Rock, Texas address, they could have a different water provider. And then, so that's a lesson learned. And then another thing, I mentioned the power thing. Really meeting with the power providers and really understanding how can we help water utilities be listed up there as critical infrastructure with hospitals and things like that. Because the first thing I worried about on that Wednesday was if we lost water, how would we keep water to the hospitals? If we couldn't, then what would happen there, right? This whole event was not about water; it was about power, and that's what caused all the breakdowns. And you know, it's hard to plan for those types of events. So that's some things we want to come out of this. How can we help that message to protect water utilities, because that is very important. So that's kind of our story. You know, we're very happy we were able to get through that, but I think proper planning and training and all those things really helped us get there. Happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Commissioners, if I could real quickly, even though we never turned off the water, we had several apartment buildings, senior, assisted living places that had leaks, and so they turned off their own water. So again, I don't want to say that we didn't have citizens that had issues. We did. We had to deliver water and make sure they had food and things of that nature. We were fortunate as a city, but we certainly had people without water that we had to address. But our action item is to look at our restrictions on fuel capacity, seeing if we need to add more generation. So those are things that we'll be looking at and working with you all on as well. So thank you.
And one last comment, if I might, Chairman. When we got our system back up full after that Wednesday, we were able to help other entities around us. We helped Williamson County, Travis County, some of the other water providers. So that was really big, I think, that we were able to do that to help, because everybody around us was in a boil water notice. So we were able to help a few other entities around us. Thank you.
Was that through just lending staff expertise and crews to repair infrastructure, or was it interconnects, or how was that?
We have interconnects with many of the utilities that are around us. We opened up a couple of those. And then several other instances for like Williamson County, they had trucks with us with totes on the back of them, water tanks. So we filled up a number of those, and they took them out to Williamson County for their residences that were out of water. In Travis County, we helped the Travis County Correctional Facility. They have 3 facilities. We filled up storage tanks for them. We actually helped ERCOT's headquarters in Taylor. We filled up a 4,000-gallon water tank and brought it out to their headquarters in Taylor to keep their facility running. But yes, we do have interconnects with surrounding utilities as well.
Great. Well, yeah, thank you so much for sharing your story. I don't have any questions, but a few observations. One is it sort of highlights this philosophical question about power. As you know, so we're responsible for working with, you know, the 7,000 plus public water systems and keeping the water running. That's our collective responsibility. And the philosophical question is, do we need to design for a power system that's unreliable? I hope the answer to that question is no, and we can gain some greater comfort coming out of this that we're going to have reliable power, because the way that we solve this problem looks a lot differently if we have to have in the back of our mind that the grid may go down at some point. And so that's just sort of a, you know, how do we approach this big policy question or philosophical question in terms of remedial actions that we might take. The other thing that I really appreciate about your story is you guys were getting over every hurdle that you encountered, and it began, sounds like 15 years ago, with investment and planning and, you know, investing in your infrastructure, hiring qualified operators, which are hard to find, you know, $37 million. So that's the first hurdle. Plan way in advance, invest. Second hurdle, you had the foresight in the days leading up to this event to see it coming and say, let's fill our water tanks. Your $37 million wouldn't have meant very much on Wednesday if 4 days before the event you forgot to fill your water tanks, because you needed to do both to survive this. And then the final one was just sort of the heroics and throwing yourself at the problem during the event, sanding the roads, getting the fuel truck there, making sure that generator that was only keeping 2 of your 9 pumps running or whatever it was going, you know, shoestrings. So, you know, if there was a fourth hurdle, I don't know if y'all would have made it or not, but you made it is the point. And I think what I really appreciate about this story is it highlights a lot of moments that we can focus on in coming up with recommendations to avoid this problem in the future. And I think when we gather up the stories of a more complete representative set of water systems, I think we're going to see some that didn't make it over some of these hurdles that y'all did. So really appreciate you sharing your story, and we look forward to working with you in trying to get our guidance right, get our rules right, statutory changes as necessary in order to help make a more resilient public water ecosystem here in Texas. Colleagues, any questions or comments for the good folks from Round Rock?
I don't have any questions. I liked your recap of the comments. Found it very interesting. So I definitely learned something. And, one of the questions you asked, which is one I've had all along and hope we can chew on maybe here in a little bit, is what is, how do we help water systems get on that list of making sure they are considered critical infrastructure if they're not? That's something I'm very, very interested in. And, I would love if you when you go have conversations with your state rep, state senator, if there are questions they have, if there are good ideas that come from that, I'd love to hear from y'all. And hi, Matt. I haven't seen you in a long time, but good to see you, Matt. So I'd love, if there's something productive that comes out of that, I'd love to hear back from you all. And, you can call anyone at TCEQ, but you can call my office directly. So that would be my only ask if you have a good conversation downtown, if there's something that we need to be looped in on, that we would get looped in, I guess would be the way to say it. So thank y'all very much. I know it's been a long afternoon. I don't know if y'all started with us at 2. I appreciate y'all sticking around this long.
Commissioner, thank you for your comments. And And again, I think we're going to be looking at state leadership to see what the expectation is on how long we're expected to plan for. Because again, are we expected to be able to handle a 1 week outage? If that's the case, we just need to know that. And our biggest issue was the communication. If we'd known up front that we're going to be 3 or 4 days without power, I think we could have staged fuel. And it still wouldn't have solved the problem. It would have made it better. So those are the things that we just need to work through.
Commissioner Janeka.
Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you. And Councilmember Baker, that's a fun title to use. I have to admit, this is a little bit of a news that I had just this afternoon. So congratulations on that. I'm so glad to get to cross paths in a different setting. I am really sensitive. I'm interested in one point that you raised specifically that hasn't been circled back on quite yet, and that's the prospect of public reaction to the public notifications and then kind of the perverse incentives or responses that we may need to expect to see from the public. One thing that I think I heard loud and clear, and I'd love to just confirm from y'all directly, talking about legislative changes, what might be possible in the realm of tweaking and changing the state of the law in Texas. I think one suggestion that's come out from a few different directions now is some sort of a public registry or a public information system of boil water notices, or I'd suggest probably further any sort of a public water outage. It sounds like, from y'all's experience, that was one element that, in fact, that policy change may have helped or may help serve and reduce some extra unnecessary efforts that y'all faced in terms of trying to clear up public confusion because of members of the public, the social media discussion that you described about how your ETJ unrelated water systems that still had the same address led to some public confusion. And then also, I think the kind of perverse reaction of letting the public know, hey, please start conserving, that also does let some of those members of the public who read through the tea leaves and read between the lines and see, oh, I think I see what's going to happen further down. And so they may take that logical next step of, we need to create our own emergency reserves, where I think that data point is an important one, because that helps demonstrate firsthand where policymakers face a real cost in trying to share information freely and immediately. And I appreciate y'all giving that firsthand experience. I think that really helps fill in a lot of detail for us, where we see levers from the 50,000 foot level and say, yes, absolutely pull that one. This is really helpful for us to hear the immediate and detailed feedback. So I just appreciate it so much. Thank y'all so much for the insights today.
Commissioner, just very briefly in response, we can only control what we put out. There were some maps that were put out that showed the whole city under the boil water notice, when in fact it was donuts in places. And the other thing that Mike alluded to was, when people get on websites like Nextdoor or they make a post on Facebook, we can't control it. And when somebody in Round Rock said, hey, we just got put under a boil water notice, everybody went for it. And they filled up their bathtubs. I mean, we saw the water demand spike on us at the worst possible time. So we got to think through that. But I appreciate your help and appreciate your comments, sir.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. We've got a couple other water systems we're going to hear from next, but I really appreciate the presentation. So thank you. Next up is San Jose Water System, and I'm not sure who we have presenting for San Jose, if they've been able to hang in there with us.
How you doing?
Tom Hodge, how you doing? Good to see you, sir.
Hi. Yes, my name's Tom Hodge. I'm president of, it's actually SJWTX, doing business as Canyon Lake Water Service Company. We're a subsidiary of SJW Group, which is another subsidiary of San Jose Water Company, which is the largest subsidiary. I have actually some slides I'd like to show. I'm having trouble seeing how I can share my screen, though, because Megan, the tool for screen sharing doesn't seem to be available. Do you want to just pull up the slides that I sent you instead?
I can do that. I changed your role if that helps.
Oh, here we go. Okay, now we go. All right, so I can show screen. Are people seeing my screen?
Yeah, we do. Thank you.
Okay, so you see the flat. Okay, so for the workshop. I'm also on the executive committee of the Texas Association of Water Companies, which is a trade association for investor-owned water utilities in Texas. We represent population of, well, we serve as an association of population of about 500,000 people. I'll move on. All right, so first, who are we? We're doing business with Canyon Lake Water Service Company. We also serve have a service area called Deer Creek Water, which is on the border of Hays and Travis County, near Bee Cave. Canyon Lake Water Service Company serves 20,000 customers, mostly in Comal County, but also some in Blanco, Hays, and Travis counties, and a total population of about 60,000 population of our own. We have a very large service area, 247 square mile service area. It's about half of Comal County. To serve that, we have over 660 miles of water mains, 65 storage tanks, 3 surface water treatment plants, and 36 active wells. We also purchase water from GBRA and LCRA through LCRA. Our contract is also with West Travis Public Utility Agency to serve the Deer Creek system. And we have a number of wells in the Trinity Aquifer in Comal County. Here's our service area. The blue is our CCN. We also have a small area up in Blanco County and along the border. And our treatment plants are on Canyon Lake. We have 3 of them. And then Deer Creek is off the map, actually. But that gives you an idea. Here's New Braunfels. So I decided to avoid just talking about the details of the timeline because we have such a big system, 7 different public water systems. The timeline was a little different for each system. It gets too complicated, but it was similar to what you heard from Round Rock. We lost power. We started losing storage and systems on Sunday night over Valentine's Day. That evening, power was going out, and through Monday, we started seeing significant loss of the water system. Some of the things that failed. So just got to kind of talk about what failed and what worked and why and what things went well. So maybe get a general overview. We do have generators at our treatment plants. Actually, our most important ones are production facilities. Those work. We did find some of these portable generators that we couldn't get them to facilities. We have mobile-based generators. When the roads are covered with ice, particularly Monday and Tuesday, it's just virtually impossible to get generators out to facilities. And 1 or 2 of them just had problems even getting started because they never really had to operate in sub 10-degree weather. So that was a problem. Things that in our system of our facilities that actually failed: exposed valves, pumps, and pipe at production facilities. These are I'll give you some pictures later. These are things that are mostly above ground. What we normally do, and we prepared for the freeze, is we put heaters in the pump stations and heat tape on things. Well, those things didn't work when the power was out. So that was our standard freeze protection measures. And many of these facilities basically ended up not being effective. Just on the customer service side, once things started going badly, overload of customer calls, hundreds of calls, an hour. We really have a standard staffing of about 6 customer service representatives for a staff. Of course, a lot of our customer service reps, they're at home, they don't have power, so we couldn't even get calls from them. They currently work from home because of COVID, and we have their ability, to answer calls from home. But that became a big problem. We did find a solution for that, which I'll talk about on the next slide. Again, once we started identifying problems, impassable roads made it extremely difficult, not impossible, to get to the facilities to make repairs, at least until the thaw really started happening by Wednesday. This is kind of the big issue I want to talk about, and I got some further slides on that. Massive number of customer service leaks. In parts of our system, we did some post-analysis of meter reads that we were doing that week. As many as like 8% of our customers were having major water leaks, like large water loss, and it's just impossible for our system to keep up with that kind of water loss in the system. And it is particularly a problem in the older neighborhoods, or we're a lakeside community, a lot of vacation homes, a lot of mobile home communities. Their plumbing is not insulated. It's above ground in many cases, and they would burst. In some of the newer neighborhoods, particularly higher end neighborhoods we also serve, they often have backflow preventers. It's a TCEQ requirement if they have an on-site aerobic system. Well, the backflow preventers are above ground, they're exposed, they're out by the curb, they freeze, and then when the thaw happens, they broke, and you got a gusher coming out. So, pretty significant issue there. It overwhelmed our system. So of our 7 public water systems, 5 actually lost system pressure, at least in some, if not all of it, generally not the whole system, our biggest one. And we had boil water notices actually in 6, because one of the 2 that maintained pressure had a failure of the chlorinator. The chlorinator at the pump station froze up and failed. So we issued a boil water notice for that just because of the chlorinator. So here's just some random pictures that my crews were sending out. Here's a burst check valve here at a pump head. An 8-inch cast iron valve at the pump header at one of our pumping facilities just completely split in half, and you can see water. This is probably on Wednesday or Thursday. This is the end of another pump header. This is actually ice within the pump itself. It's frozen up entirely. We had to thaw that out before we could get that pump running. Just thought that you'd find that interesting. This is just a few random samples. Again, these are generally facilities that are normally above ground. They might be in a pump house, protected. This one's actually exposed to the elements. Never had a problem there before. The pumps themselves are actually underground in this case. They didn't fail, but here we would have heaters, heat tape, things, insulation on these things, but the freeze without electricity just killed us. Now, here's what worked well. Actually, we really didn't have that many failures of water mains. The buried water mains, if they were particularly in the newer constructed areas, some of the smaller, older systems that weren't buried very deep, but any place we had water mains buried that met current construction standards, we really didn't have a problem. That's not what failed. They're protected from the frost. Our water quality control measures. So as we brought our customers out of boil water notice, we did over 100 test samples for coliform. Not one of them ended up positive. So after even after losing pressure and system pressure, in most cases, they didn't completely dewater. It dropped below 20 pounds per square inch, which is what requires us to do a boil water notice. But, I commend our operators. They managed to keep the system clean. And so any of that water that was under boil water notice, there's really no evidence that it ever was actually harmful. Communications. I just shout out to AT&T. We used their FirstNet system, which is for first responders, and never had a problem maintaining cell phone communications with our crews. We provided updates to our customers via web and social media. Took us a couple of days to get people back online, to customer service and our emergency operations center working, just because we had, problems at our own, just communication and power outages. But that actually helped a lot to get communications out about where we had boil water notices were a problem. We relied a lot on our out-of-state resources. As the week went along, we found that we just were being overloaded with call load. We have offices in Connecticut and California. Connecticut started taking our calls in the morning, California in the afternoon. They would email our customer service reps, we actually set up a message board where the critical messages, where's a break, who's out of water, things like that, would be relayed, and then our dispatchers could get it to the field. So once we got that up and running quick, after a day or so, it really smoothed things down because we just didn't have enough personnel in the office to answer, just spend time on the phone answering your standard question, particularly for areas that we already knew were out of service. So the people out of state had a script, so they could tell people, what we already knew, and then to take down notes and pass it along. Once we had power restored, we resumed production pretty quickly. All those breaks that I showed you, we had those things fixed within a couple of days. I mean, it was really impressive. But the number one thing I want to emphasize then is that problem of the customer service leaks. And one of the places where this works, and I heard about this from other members of the Association of Water Companies, where they had automatic meter reading, particularly AMI, they could instantly check their customers and get a leak report. And you could say, these customers have leaks. We would message those people. If we didn't get a hold of them, we'd send somebody out there and shut them off. And then that's how we started restoring service, by quickly responding to customer service leaks and shutting those parts of the system off. Here's just some communications we put on our website. Literally developed in a matter of a couple of days. We already had the GIS. It's not very clear here, but we have that issue of who has boil water notice and who doesn't. So this is set up by subdivision that we serve. So we don't, this is our CCM, but actual areas where we have customers in service are labeled by subdivision. And so we would turn on and off subdivisions between green, orange, and yellow, depending on the status of the boil water nose. We actually had an issue with a potential contamination of arsenic in 4 neighborhoods. We later found out, because the samples came back negative, it wasn't an issue. Too complicated to get into, but we actually had a do not drink order for those neighborhoods for about 5 days. Because if it's arsenic, you can't boil it out. Turns out that the results came back negative, and so we were okay. So this kind of information helped our customers. I wanted to give an example just to show the impact of service leaks on a water system. And this is just a hypothetical system about the size of our biggest water system, 10,000 customers. Just assuming that it meets all TCEQ standards for production and storage, 200 gallons of storage per customer, full production, and assume nothing went wrong with the utility. In other words, no power failure, no leak on our assets, operating at full production throughout the event. But what happens if you just have a large number of customer leaks spring up all at the same time because of a freeze event or something like that? And, the system failure becomes entirely due to the customer side leaks. And basically when storage goes to zero, you've got system failure. So here's a graph I did showing the impact of different, what percentage of your customers have a major leak, meaning the whole line is broken, it's flowing about 20 gallons a minute, which is the rated capacity of a meter. If any more than about 3.5% of our customers have a major leak, this is the timeline. We run out of water in about a day. And if it's over 4%, it's half a day. Even if everything on our side, nothing went wrong. And so and I've heard this over and over again from the utilities I've talked to. Now, interesting, in Round Rock, they didn't mention it as much, but an NBU told me that, I mentioned it on a call, that they were producing 28 million gallons a day as they were recovering, when this time of year they normally produce 8. In other words, demand is about 8 million gallons a day in February. They were pumping out 28 million gallons a day. It was like a max day on a summer, and they still couldn't maintain storage. Well, where was the water going? It wasn't going to the leaks on our mains, or some of it was, but mostly it was customer leaks. And like I said, when we did some post-analysis of some parts of our system, the customers in some of those older neighborhoods particularly, we had as many as 8% of the customers had significant leaks on their service line just from the meter reading data that we were able to collect. And we did a meter reading in the middle of the event and, spanned it over so we could see who was leaking water. And that's how we found it. So I think this is one key, at least particularly for a lot of these older rural systems, that identifying ways that we can, communicate with our customers and identify where the leaks are on their side of the system and quickly respond to those and assist them to shut them off, to do that, which we were doing. We were hiring contractors to go out and help do inspections on customers, sent them a list of the customers that we had identified had leaks. We just didn't have enough people to do it all at once, so it took about 4 or 5 days. By the weekend, we had everybody back in service. Most of our systems were actually in service by Friday. We had one large system. It took till about Sunday or Monday, and by last Wednesday, we had everybody off boil water. So that's why I wanted to tell you. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, that was fantastic. I like the way you approached, sort of with what went wrong and then what went right. You certainly gave us a lot of fodder for thinking about, how we can do better the next time. And you got, exactly to the heart of a question that I've been wondering about. We understand this as being largely a result of a power failure, a failure of the grid, but it is more than that. And I've been wondering, what is that other piece? How much more is out there? And you answered the question. It's service leaks at houses. And so that's another question that we're going to have to figure out how to answer. And I understand how y'all approached it. Maybe that's how we do it. We do meter readings as soon as we can and identify them and turn them off.
Encouraging the automatic meter reading systems is one. There's some people developing meters that can be remotely shut off. They're expensive, but they're out there. Things like that, and a big service area like ours, it takes a long time to get crews out. Like I said, 240 square miles. and 10,000 customers, 4% of our customers is only 400. So, if we have 400 service line breaks in a freeze like that, that's not uncommon. In fact, I think, we just calculated our bill, and we're probably going to have to do leak adjustments for half of our customers,
Yeah.
And they weren't all those big major leaks. Some were smaller, but, on average, it was, it was enough to drain the system. It wasn't until we got those fixed that we were only able to recover. Sorry.
Right.
All right.
No, that's great, Tom. I appreciate it. And, we could probably talk about potential solutions, and we don't have the time to get into all that today, but, insulating pipes on these old houses, I may make some enemies by saying this, but do we need to look at building codes or some requirements for retrofitting? And just in the spirit of brainstorming, I'll say that.
Yeah. The newer neighborhoods, like brand new neighborhoods that we serve, they did perform better. Some of those areas where we have brand new homes that all need current codes, we didn't have we were able to maintain service in many of those. It was more of a problem with older, and of course, a lot of these vacation homes or mobile homes, they just don't have, that's why unfortunately, they tend to be the lower income populations too. So they were the longest out of service because of that.
Right.
Because, I'm not sure how to turn this off, but did I turn off the screen at least?
Your slide's down. We're just looking at you now. Colleagues, any questions for Tom?
I have one or two, and if you don't know the answer to these, that's perfectly fine. I know that there are some cities, and we might hear more about it in our next panel even, that are using more and more of the automatic meter recording. And do you know, I assume when you're, maybe I shouldn't assume. Here's the question. When you have a new customer, is that an automatic, is that a charge that just goes on to, anytime you're turning on a utility at your house? Is that how that gets paid for? And then I'm also wondering, how much are those devices? I really have no idea. And
so individually, the ones we've been buying, there's a number of vendors who offer them. The ones we've been buying, it goes. So the cost of a standard meter would be roughly $100, and I think we can get some from Neptune for about $190 with the radio read. But then there's two ways to do it. So what they call AMR is where you have automatic meter reading, but we send an operator out with a laptop and a radio receiver into the neighborhood. He has to read meters. So it still requires some effort. What they call AMI is automatic infrastructure, where you actually, those signals from the meters can be sent to a central power location and then automatically downloaded on a pretty much continuous basis. Like every hour or so, it'll ping the meters, get data. And the nice thing about that is then it's already in your system. There is a lot more to it because a lot more data management involved. But then you can even set up systems that will automatically alert customers by email if they have a sudden increase in usage. We are piloting that system. Most of our customers are on the standard AMR, the drive-by reading. We have a Deer Creek system that we piloted the AMI, but it was actually just not fully operational at the time. We were literally just implementing it in the last few months.
Yeah. And I'm wondering for an AMI, is it going to require power? If there's a power outage, will that power be able to receive the data and that data get to y'all? Is that still going to be affected by power or no?
Power needs to have power, so it has to have backup. But we need power even to monitor, SCADA, our communications to understand status of the system. So backup power for that is helpful. No, it's not so intense, so that you can have like battery backup systems. Of course, the meters themselves have batteries that have a 20-year life, so they don't.
And you made one other comment I'm curious about, and again, this might not be your expertise, but I hadn't heard this one before, I guess. You said that water mains that met current standards didn't burst. Are there, I don't know enough about, I guess, water main standards. Maybe I should just say that. But I'm wondering, do we need to make sure that standard is, do we have a role in regulation of that? And do we need to make sure anything going in, I'm just wondering, are those standards good enough? It sounds like they are, if you didn't have any breaks, but I don't know if I'm reading that right.
The current design and construction standards, certainly for our utility, and we follow guidelines from the American Water Works Association. Okay. And so those current standards, I think, are adequate. A lot of it has to do with buried depth. So our water mains in this area are buried to at least 30 inches deep. I mean, if you were in Connecticut, they're burying them 5 feet deep because the process went first, right? But here, 30 inches seems to have been adequate. What we have, though, is our system was, parts of our system are 30, 40 years old, going back to the 60s. And some of that older thin-walled PVC or galvanized pipe wasn't buried deep. It was put in by a low co-op system that we acquired years ago. And we just, we were investing, and talk about investment. We've put in $30 million just in the last 2 years in our system. And we continue at about $20 million a year. But you just can't afford to replace all the pipes in the system that are more than 20 years old. It takes time.
Yeah, I was going to say, as a consumer, that would be a very expensive bill. And, not many people are going to want to pay that. But that is interesting. I didn't realize, I guess, that, and I know you're just speaking for yourself, so I'm not going to make the assumption that everyone out there would agree, but I guess I would say kind of encouraged to hear that new water mains, those standards seem to weather the storm okay. At least maybe that's your...
That's my assessment based on our system performance, and from what I've heard of the other utilities I've talked to, that it wasn't major water main breaks that caused the problem. It was the service lines. They're smaller lines, and they're generally buried more shallow. And yet, if you have enough of them, they're all broken, and they're just gushing a lot of water. And our system just isn't built to, to supply enough water so that 10% of our customers have everything running at the same time. It's just, it just can't do it. The integrity of the water system, it relies on the customers not all using water at the same time. Not all using at capacity at the same time.
Yeah. Well, it's very interesting. Thank you again. I'm done with my questions.
Mr. Janeka.
No questions for me. Appreciate the presentation.
Okay. Tom, thank you very much. That was fantastic.
Thank you. Bye.
So we'll hear next from Houston. There you are. Philip, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you. Give me 1 second to get my presentation up, please.
You bet. Appreciate you hanging in there with us.
Oh, absolutely. Chairman, Commissioners, good afternoon. Thank you for having Houston here to speak with you this afternoon.
Well, we're glad you're here, especially on such short notice.
Oh, absolutely. We're happy to be here. And I'm sure our introductory slide needs no bearing. We all know what we're here to talk about.
The fact.
Just as some brief background about the City of Houston and our water systems. The City of Houston has 7 public water supplies, 6 community and 1 non-community. The majority of Houston is served by our main system, which is the only water system that did go into a boil water notice during this event. So that's primarily what we'll be discussing today. Just to give a quick summary of Houston's entirety of our drinking water operation system, between our direct and indirect served customers, we have about 4.6 million customers, 146 billion gallons of water treated per year, 3 surface water plants, 54 groundwater plants, 61,000 hydrants, 156,000 valves, 650 staff members, 6 community water, public water systems, and about 7,800 miles of underground lines. And by source, we're about 64% from Lakes Conroe and Houston, from Lake Livingston, 16% Lake Houston and Conroe, and 20% groundwater. So we started preparing about a week ahead of time for the storm once we saw that the storm was heading our way. Preparation activities per our SOP for cold weather include exactly what you'd expect: topping off, filling up our water tanks, topping off fuel tanks, topping off chemical deliveries, putting heat tracers on chemical feed pipes, and taking other activities to get prepared. Once the storm did arrive, we began seeing major facility power outages on Monday evening on the 15th. And from that evening until Thursday, we had no reliable power and very little power throughout the city of Houston. Frankly, with the way power was rolling through the system from time to time, it made it very challenging trying to put facilities onto generators. You'd get out there with a generator, be ready to hook it up, the grid would come back on, take the generator to the next facility, it'd go back off. So we spent a lot of time chasing around trying to get emergency power on and off based on when the grid was on and off. We did maintain 35 PSI in our public water system until Monday night on the 15th. We ended up needing to issue our boil water notice on Wednesday morning on the 17th due to low pressure in the system. This shows the water pumpage that we had. This is a total for the month of February. As you can see, leading up into the event, between the two bars here are the last 2 years of production, tracking fairly well. The red line is our average from the last several years. And with the freeze happening night of the 14th, day of the 15th, water production dropped off as our ability to produce water was struggling as well, and peaked incredibly 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th as the thaw was happening and as we were getting the pressure back up into our system. As far as what went right, we had 4 calls a day between City of Houston emergency response staff and drinking water operations, among our other operational groups, to stay in touch with each other and to track the event and how we were responding to it, relay up-to-date information between each other. We did maintain pressure and did not need to go into a boil water notice in our 5 isolated public water systems, community public water systems outside of the main. And I have to say our communication with TCEQ, especially in Austin, with the Office of Water, was just incredible throughout this event. All hours, day or night, we were in touch with each other, and can't tell you how much we appreciate the support we had from the Office of Water. As far as what went wrong, this has been said by the presenters before me as well, but the communication with our the electric grid itself and our communication with the electric providers to understand what to expect, when to expect it, did not function in a way that allowed us to optimally perform the utility. We have a picture on the side here of showing an example of a 600 PSI rated valve that cracked in half from the freeze. Our systems are just not designed to operate for an extended freeze of this period. In Houston, we are prepared for freezes. They do happen from time to time. We have not had to go into a boil water notice from a weather event. We didn't have to go in during Harvey from a number of other things. This freeze is the first freeze that has put us into one in memorable history. And that is an eye-opener for all of us here in Houston. As far as lessons learned, just to touch on a couple of points, the things that we saw our staff do as public servants, with houses at home, with wives and kids and husbands and families that had no heat, no power, no water, spending 96 hours straight on the floor of a groundwater plant with no heat to keep pumps running. I could tell story after story of the gifts of themselves that our staff gave to keep our water system from losing pressure completely and to bring it back up as soon as we possibly could. And taking the time to tell our staff thank you has been a key part of this. It was truly amazing to see what our staff was able and willing to give in support of public utilities. Item 2, thinking outside the box. This is not something that is in our playbook. We have not had to deal with a freeze of this magnitude, of this cold before. So coming up with solutions to address it while it was happening also took thinking about things that were outside of what we would normally do. And lastly, communication. We've talked about it with regard to electric providers, with the agency, with internal staff. Can't reinforce enough how much the importance of good communication was driven home here. And there have been other suggestions on this meeting today about ways to distribute information to the public, ways to make public boil water notice information more accessible, perhaps ways to help people know who their public water provider is, which is a call that we've gotten an awful lot of here in Houston over the last couple of weeks. do you serve me my water? Where do I get my water from? So communication, both in what has worked up until this point and what we can do going forward to improve, I think will be part of it. And y'all, those are the points that we have to present here from Houston. We're absolutely here to answer any questions.
Great. Philip, thank you very much. And I said this in a generalized way in my opening remarks, but let me say specific to you and to the staff, to your staff at the City of Houston, thank you for everything that your staff did to keep the water running for Houstonians who are also our fellow Texans. As public servants, we get to see that up close and personal, and the general public doesn't get to see that, and so they don't appreciate it. But I have some sense of what they went through, and it was a lot, and they did it for their friends and neighbors and community members that they didn't know, and it's a big deal, and we owe them a lot of gratitude. So I really appreciate your comments about thanking staff. You made me think of a couple other things. You mentioned that this was the first freeze event that impacted the city, and what I've been wondering about, and I haven't had a chance to go back and do the homework around this, is I'm wanting to, and it's, yeah, I got to give Toby, our executive director, credit for this idea. You know, he wants to do a very comprehensive data gathering exercise to figure out every moment where things went off track and to try to find a remedy, at least where remedies make sense. And I've heard a little bit about, you may have heard about this 2011 freeze event where I guess FERC wrote a report, and that was really directed at electric utilities, the power sector. What do they need to do to winterize? That report's pushing 400 pages, I think. I pulled it up and flipped through it, not in a comprehensive way, but I couldn't find anything in there addressing public water systems. I haven't talked to anybody in the agency who has memory of whether or to what extent our public water systems failed in 2011. So that's a good data point from you that at least in your memory, that this is the first event in Houston that way. But I do want to sort of mine any past events that may have occurred that could inform this exercise as well, including 2011. If there is anything, you know, this is, in my estimation, this is really an unprecedented event. And then the other thing that I'll give you an opportunity to react to it if you want to or not, but just the thought that your comments triggered. You know, you have several water systems that stand independent of each other, and when I think about the challenges, especially of our smaller water systems, really everyday challenges, but that were just, you know, exacerbated and highlighted by this freeze event. You know, I wondered, could regionalization be an answer for some of them, creating larger systems, allowing them more connections, economies of scale that help them make the investments in infrastructure and operators that make them more reliable in delivering water that meets the drinking water standards. And it seems to me that, you know, at least in the city of Houston's case, you only had one system. Granted, it was a big one, but you had one system on a boil water notice. You know, if you had a centralized region-wide single system, you know, maybe you would have had everybody on a boil water notice. Right. I don't know. So that's, you know, one of the things I've been thinking about. What is the place for a notion of regionalization in terms of addressing water system issues? And I'll let you take a swing at that if you have a reaction to it, but I won't. But I don't expect you to answer that either.
Yeah, Chairman, our reaction to that is going to be a bit specific to Houston because we are in the Houston-Galveston subsidence district, and converting from groundwater to surface water is part of our plan. So as we pursue that, what I didn't make clear in the outset of this presentation is that our smaller systems are based in groundwater. Our large system is mostly surface water. So our long-term plan does include more regionalization of the systems that we own and operate to bring surface water into those systems. But as you said, that puts all the eggs in one basket.
Right.
And they also would have been in boil water notices along with the main in this case.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that's always resonated with me is the advice to put all your eggs in one basket and then watch that basket, you know? Well, Philip, thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation. I really appreciate, or I look forward to working with the City of Houston among our other stakeholders as we try to sort this out and chart a wise path forward. Let me turn to my colleagues. Commissioner Lindley, do you have some questions or comments for Philip?
I don't. I have questions swirling in my head. They're probably not for Philip, but thank you very much. I know it's 5 o'clock and y'all have been working nonstop, like a lot of our folks, for weeks now. And, you know, I mean, the work that cities all across the state, but especially Houston that has 4.6 million customers, the work that y'all's employees did they'll never get the due recognition that they deserve. And so, like the chairman, I just echo, you know, just a person, their service to the state and how much I appreciate it. So even though I don't live in Houston, I still appreciate it. I love Houston. I'm one of those random people that didn't grow up there, but I absolutely love the city. So thanks for your time today. It was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Janeka.
I appreciated the little clarification. That answered one question I had in my mind. The overview summary statistics included a very small number of surface water treatment facilities and a large number of groundwater. So I was a little surprised to see that helps put it in place there. The one question in my mind, obviously it wasn't an issue of the critical infrastructure list in the state, not knowing that the City of Houston public water is a critical infrastructure. That doesn't seem like it would, it almost seems like a different issue in my mind. But does that question appear in any part of your narrative or story? Did y'all find any, as you're beginning to go back after action reports, have you found any opportunities or spots where, oh, here's another list that the left hand wasn't talking to the right hand or didn't know what they were doing? Are there any after the fact paperwork corrections that y'all have identified that you need to begin to remedy?
As both other water providers and the state themselves have talked about, there is a need for some more communication with our electric providers. The City of Houston and Houston Public Works have historically had a list with CenterPoint Energy, the provider in this area, of our critical drinking water infrastructure, with the request that when there are other items occurring, that prioritization be given to helping keep power to our critical drinking water infrastructure. We didn't necessarily see that followed in this case, and I think it's worth another conversation with them on what efforts, if any, during a situation like this can be done to help prioritize keeping water up. As other presenters have mentioned, when we lose water pressure, the Texas Medical Center loses water pressure. The jails lose water pressure. They all lose water pressure. And water delivery within the system, even at 20 PSI, in a large building that has backflow preventers and multiple stories to push up, it's bad. And there were water delivery issues through this event that were horrible to see happen, and personally gut-wrenching not to be able to fix immediately. So another discussion with electric providers on how they can play a role in that not happening again will be critical.
I very much appreciate that and look forward to hearing of our staff's further efforts to pick your brain for expertise or lessons learned. I think this is an important chapter in our state's history to really scrutinize. Thank you.
Philip, thank you again. We really appreciate the presentation and look forward to continue to work with you and your crew as we try to roll out some policies that make sense and help us avoid this in the future.
Thank you, Chairman. Houston's here to help.
Appreciate it. Colleagues, we are getting towards the end of our agenda. Toby is up next. And I say we keep rolling. I have some thoughts that I want to get into and I want to have some discussion, but I think it might be better to take that after we hear from Toby.
You know what? Actually, can we take another 2-3 minute break real quick? I want to refill the water and.
Yeah. I've got 5:04, so why don't we reconvene just at 5:10? Does that work? 6 minutes? Great. All right. With that, we are in recess.
I'm not.
right, folks, it's 5:10, and we are back after a short recess, and I think we're getting towards the end of our reports anyway. That was really instructive, I thought, hearing from the public water systems, as well as our staff. I've heard much of the staff's reporting before, so it's the water systems that really provided a new, fresher perspective for me. Anyway, I think you're up, Toby.
Great. Thank you, Chairman. Thanks, Commissioners. Thanks to the water systems who participated today. That was really informative. Really interesting things from, we've had supply chain issues that had come up during this event, and I had to think about with Round Rock, have they not been able to get the diesel there? What would that have been like? And I had some follow-up questions about their generators that I will probably reach back out to them on. But one of the things that really struck me, and I think that's worth noting, is when Tom talked about MBU, Ian Taylor, who runs MBU, called me during the event about his boil water notice, and he relayed the same thing to me, that he was seeing usage that was on par with peak summer usage when people were watering their grass on a daily basis. He said he'd never seen anything like it in the middle of the winter. And so I don't know, there's a whole nother component to this. It's not just on the system, but it's on the customer side of the meter. And I'm not sure what we can actually do there. So I think there's some interesting questions and challenges that I think came to the surface today. But let me just finish by sort of telling you, this is very rough, but this is some of the ideas that we had going forward that I wanted to share with y'all as a way to sort of continue this conversation, and then obviously get some feedback on it. First is creating a survey for public water systems. So right now what we're planning on doing is sending a survey to public drinking water systems around the state to gather information about their impacts in response to the challenges that they faced. I think this will help inform our evaluation of potential actions that could be put in place to prepare for similar emergencies in the future. And I believe that the Office of Water is working on that survey right now and trying to hone the language to make sure that we're capturing what we want to capture and we're asking the right questions. So we don't have a draft of that yet, but that's something we're planning on sending out to all the systems in the state. We'd also like to recommend that each public water system conduct an after-action review to determine their own reasons for why they went on a boil water notice or had operational difficulties and cannot provide water. I think that is something that they should all be doing. I know that we do that after every disaster event that we respond to, and I think that it's good practice for utilities to do the same. We'd also like to recommend that each public water system conduct tabletop exercises to simulate how they would respond to disasters, including extreme cold weather events, power concerns, hurricanes, floods, extreme heat, cyber threats, and unwarranted chemicals or biological agents in the water in coordination with their local emergency management officials. I think included in this exercise would be a top-to-bottom sort of walk through a process review, and I think it would be very helpful in instructing the systems. I think we've heard of some stories in the newspaper lately where what the story alleges is that essentially the staff didn't know how to operate the system, and that's problematic in the midst of a winter event like we just had. And you know that we do that on a yearly basis for hurricanes with our NDOW Natural Disaster Operational Work Group. We tabletop hurricanes every single year with the Coast Guard, EPA, and the General Land Office. And because of that, we're pretty good and prepared in responding to those events. I think it makes sense for public water systems of a certain size. Small ones may be tough, but a certain size need to be able to, I think, somebody throw a problem at them and detail out exactly what that response looks like. And then finally, we're kicking around the idea of stakeholder or roundtable discussion around the state. So what we would recommend is hosting several virtual roundtable discussions with public drinking water systems. As you know, we have approximately 7,000 public water systems that range in size from, the very smallest municipal utility district to very large systems like Houston. So these roundtables would be coordinated geographically so that we would target each part of the state, east, west, south, north, central, and coastal, as well as small systems in districts such as MUDs. When you looked at the map that Craig put up, I couldn't help but notice most of our problems were sort of I-35 and east. And so my initial question after I saw the map was, why? Why did it impact systems sort of overwhelmingly along the I-35 corridor and east? And then it seemed that we didn't see that many to the west. It may just be a function of population, where the population is in the state, but it did raise that question. So we are going to think about this geographically as well. I think these roundtables would allow for local engagement and participation in the evaluation of the impacts and the response actions. We would be asking for ideas to help the agency formulate potential regulatory or statutory options. This is really going out. I want this to be a bottom-up approach. I don't want it to be a top-down approach. We deal with that all the time, and we always have problems with it because a lot of times they just don't ask. Does that work for you? Is that something you can actually do? Does that make sense? Do you have the money to do that? So I think this really needs to be built at the local level and then rise up to state policy from what we hear. And then finally, because we didn't talk a whole lot about this, but it was definitely part of the conversation, whether it was supplying diesel fuel, whether it was trying to find chlorine. We want to have a discussion and engage manufacturers and distributors of treatment chemicals. We did see several supply chain issues, and we may not be completely out of the woods there yet. There are plants that are still down that are supposed to be producing chlorine, and I don't believe they are right now. So these discussions, I think, will help how we address that, because that's something that sort of emerged in the midst of this. And I'll give huge kudos to L'Oreal and Earl. They attacked this thing and tried to, calling distributors, calling manufacturers, trying to connect big water systems that were sort of down to 4 or 5 days of chlorine. So it didn't matter if they were coming off their boil water notice, because if they didn't have the chlorine, they were going to go right back on a boil water notice. And so trying to address that as part of this discussion as well. So that's sort of the very high level first shot across the bow at what this process looks like. I will tell you, I don't think this process is going to be fast. To do all of what I just talked about, it's not possible, I think, to get that done by the time this legislature wraps up. I will tell you that we're in a sunset year, so our timing may be absolutely perfect, or we're going into a sunset cycle, so where this could be something that could be addressed if there's needed statutory changes as part of our sunset bill, 2 years from now. So it doesn't set us up. It doesn't solve all the problems if we have another polar vortex next year. And, honestly, it probably doesn't for a number of years, because what we're talking about is probably investments, upgrades, really well thought out, hardening of infrastructure. So I think it's things that I don't know if it's something that happens right now. But I want to be thoughtful about it. I want to make sure we approach it correctly. But what I don't want is 10 years from now or 20 years from now, us to look back at this moment and somebody say, well, we talked about this in 2021, and here we are, and nothing has been done. So that would be my hope, is that we use this as a experiment, a horrible experiment, learning experience, and that we can put the necessary tools in place to make sure that we're never going to be able to take the risk down to zero. We're never going to be able to keep the next polar vortex away or keep water mains from freezing. But I think there are some things that are coming out of this that I think we could try to help us try to address the next one before it gets here. So with that, commissioners, that concludes my remarks today. I can't tell you how thankful I am that we're having this. It's a great discussion, and having it so quickly after the event is incredibly helpful. I think we're going to continue to do this. I think we'll try to bind everything that we have into some sort of report and 360 degree review of the agency and our actions. But even starting this conversation so quickly while it's still fresh on everyone's mind, has been, I think it's going to be really helpful. And hopefully we can sort of steal this idea for all of the events that we're inevitably going to have to deal with in the future. So thank you for your foresight in getting this set as quickly as you did.
All right, questions. I know I have several questions and comments, so let me just kick those off with this one. What is the work product or outcome of the stakeholder roundtables? I think that's a great idea, but what do you envision coming out of that specifically?
Well, I think so I'll be completely honest. I think part of it is partnerships. I think building the partner. One of the things I think Carrie and Michelle's group has a great through the conferences that she puts on and the training that her team provides. She has great partnerships all over the state of Texas, but I think this just takes it to a new level. And honestly, ownership of the product. So whatever the end product here is, Chairman, I want everyone to feel like all of these water systems to feel like they were part of this solution, and that wherever we land was a product of theirs, not a product of ours. And I think that there's a lot of value in getting face to face with people, even if it's virtual. But where we can, get face to face and really talk about these things. So that's I'd say building partnerships that we maybe have, maybe we can make them stronger, and then to share the ownership in this as we go forward.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think that's really valuable. All right, in no particular order, let me talk about the timing piece. I totally agree to be thoughtful, that we need to be thoughtful about this. We need to be thorough about it. That is going to extend us out way beyond this legislative session. However, as we embark on this, to the extent that we have good ideas that we can articulate crisply and kick out, we ought to do that. So, for example, the recommendation that we added just recently to our budget to expand the TOPS program, great idea. That idea made lots of sense even before this event, and even more sense after this event. So that is really a no-brainer. That is money very well spent, in my view. The idea that we have power providers figure out where the public water systems are and figure out, identify them as critical infrastructure and not turn off their water. Not in our jurisdiction. That's an idea that we need to kick out. Now, in that case, we may be kicking it over to the PUC. They may have the regulatory authority to do that, so it's not a legislative recommendation. But our sort of the government policy is going to fall into two categories. It's either going to be in our shop or it's going to belong somewhere else. And if somewhere else is the legislature, that's great. It might be another state agency, that's great. We'll do what's in our power. We'll refer out anything that's not in our power. I don't think that we should feel pressure to put out a complete analysis and work product on this legislative session. I just think that's unrealistic. let me pause there while I organize my thoughts a little bit and see if my colleagues have some immediate reaction.
And I can tell you one more that we're doing just to add to the conversation. So obviously we've laid out the additional exceptional item request to boost the TOPS team in Carrie Michelle's group. The other one is that, and this is very simple, I think we're going to try to create a standard phone bank phone number. You know, we had to create that sort of in the middle of this for public water systems. And so it's a simple one, but to sort of identify a phone number that becomes sort of the disaster phone number for these sorts of things that we can just sort of turn on as needed, where we're not having to sort of have, Kelly, Keel, Linden, figure out how to make that all work in the midst of, she had no power. So trying to do all that while we're in the midst of responding. So that's a very simple thing. And I think we're going to look internally at a suite of options, things like that. What are things that we could just sort of have in the filing cabinet, so to speak, that something happens, you just pull it out, like here it is. And so, but the easy one is the phone lines.
Yeah, that's a great idea in terms of our emergency response. I'll share another idea before I kick it over to Emily. I'd like to see some work product coming out of this that's a fairly thorough documentation of the various ways that things did go wrong, and and that can inform our policy answers to them. And we heard a bunch of them today. Obviously, power went out, things froze, roads were impassable, and inventory was low. Whatever it was, and try to quantify, how prevalent what this problem was, and triage it in terms of its harm and its impact to our fellow Texans. Eventually, try to assign a cost to it. I'm imagining all this could be in a spreadsheet. Maybe we can figure out whose jurisdiction in it. Another column could be, TCEQ regulatory, another state agency, legislative, just to collect all the ideas for how we got into this mess, all the multiple ways, the multiple potential policy solutions for getting out of it, and have that be sort of a broad, inclusive document, so we're not, ruling out ideas and omitting them from the list just because they're too costly. If they're too costly, let's put them on the list and then identify them as too costly, so that 10 years from now, when people look back, they can say, they looked at this, they made the decision. Somebody in the future can second guess that, make a different decision if they like, but at least we will have sort of a complete understanding of our analysis of this event. So some sort of data collection, analysis, ultimately leading to action items. It might be like a big funnel. And I know this is a little scattered and nebulous, but something to document what we've been through, organize it, and inform our decisions going forward. A work product like that, I think, would be really useful. And all of the things that you just mentioned, I think, lend to that perfectly. The after-action review and the stakeholder roundtable, I think, is great. And we began this weeks ago when we started working the event. We know a lot of these things already. We heard again many of them from our three guests today. But in terms of work product coming out of this, I think a document along those lines would be helpful. Kind of in the nature of an after-action report, but a little bit more. I'm imagining an engineering mind turning a great engineering mind loose on this, just to organize it. So it's a little bit more quantitative and chart form than narrative, the way our after-action reports usually are. It's just a suggestion. All right, I have more, but let me pause there and give my colleagues some airtime. Commissioner Lindley?
Well, I was about to say, I can go, or I always get to cut in front of Bobby. Bobby, if you want to go, you can go first.
Bobby, what do you think?
Thank you. I just wanted to circle back on a couple of things specifically, and that was the suggestion of the tabletops. I think that's a really great suggestion. I love the idea. I think that it could be quickly received, misunderstood and received as a unfunded mandate. I think that that's something that's a lens that we are always mindful of as we work with a very diffuse number of regulated entities in terms of our footprint and posture in delivering and inserting ourselves into public policy solutions across the state. I'm very sensitive to that implicit cost element of whatever we ask these water systems to take on. And so I think on that point specifically, there's some real opportunities for extra value while minimizing the cost that we put on the smaller systems, exactly where you suggested, probably not appropriate for the very small systems. But having our TOPS group or whatever portion of our agency technical experts get to engage and work with those public water systems as they may embark on that sort of an obligation in the future. I think that there could be some real benefit for us to try to help take the results of those tabletops and help elevate the lessons learned to everybody. The same way that the larger systems will, oh man, I didn't realize that the size of our gas tanks at our generators would be a critical choke point. That's a really good lesson that the small systems, I would hope we could help apply our expertise to attending to the tabletops around the state as they occur, taking the real salient lessons learned and helping translate them into something that would be a lot more immediately valuable for the smaller systems. And then I think that the suggestion of the survey and the stakeholder roundtable, I think the two of those together, and Chairman, your question really got me thinking about this as you and Director Baker had this discussion, but it goes right back to what I pointed out about how this is an interesting space we're in. Our agency works, with a very strong hand over the standards and the requirements, the goals that these entities have to attain and achieve. But largely, I think our agency posture tends to be, we want to stay out of means and methods unless there's an absolute need, unless there's a real demand here. So we live in a very tenuous interstitial spot in between the direction coming out of state policy and the actual users who really largely their tax dollars are all going to pay, or the ratepayers for public water systems really is the largest way that it hits the actual taxpayers. So I think having a very thoughtful survey is the best way to shake loose these immediate questions in a good way for all these public water systems. It may be simply asking, did you conduct an after-action review? If not, when do you plan to? Without putting any requirements out there, we have now put very publicly the end users will need to be thinking through, do we want to let all of our customers see our answer to this survey that we didn't and we don't plan on doing it? Let's think about how we're going to do an after-action report. So I think that the survey is a great way that the agency can really thoughtfully get information back from the many entities we oversee, but also without having to be heavy-handed and prescriptive. It's a good way that we can nudge them and get exactly the directions that we want to see, the best practices. We can help better socialize best practices and get more people aware and sensitive to them. But then I think having the stakeholder opportunity for the roundtables is going to be the in chapter of that survey, in my mind, in terms of giving the recipients of the survey an opportunity to have their qualitative say of whatever quantitative answers they may have given that I think that that's a necessary final part of the chapter in my mind. So I'm really pleased to hear these different opportunities you're thinking in the road ahead. And I think that the survey and that roundtable discussion, both of them offer really good opportunities, and where the chairman's questions immediately at that roundtable in product went, I think I'm certainly in strong agreement, but I look forward to just seeing how our expectations and plan on it may shift and evolve as we continue to get a little more knowledgeable about this area of this new, slightly new look that we're trying to give to the question of significant weather severe events, where we're looking at issues that may have been impacting regions of our state. Now we need to perhaps consider what happens if it's not just a few regions, but it's the entire state. But I'm really pleased to. I'll stop there. Just look forward to continued discussion.
Commissioner Lindley?
Sure, I'll chime in. I'm going to start by stating the obvious, and I know all three of you and anyone else, at least at some TCEQ staff, will shake their heads in agreement. We cannot produce a report and then not do anything. I mean, just can't happen. I fully support of the surveys. I love the idea. I trust our staff that's going to come up with them to ask the right questions. I'd love to see it eventually, but I think that's going to be an excellent tool. I also think the roundtables are an awesome idea. And Toby, I'm glad you said this because I was going to bring it up, but you brought it up, so I don't really have to. But I was going to say, public water systems need to be the focus, but we also need to take a look at the other entities we regulate and how not having water affected them, because it was a ripple effect. And you know, again, I think that needs to be the focus, but since we regulate so many different types, and, you know, you said you were going to do that. So, you know, I think the biggest question, what this is all going to all tee up to, again, we all know this as well, is what authority do we have? And what's going to come out of this survey? What authority are we actually going to have to implement stuff? And, you know, ultimately, we're going to need to let the ledge know, and it will be their decision on if we need more authority, if they then want to give that to us. But we owe it to them to inform them. And, you know, sometimes I can be really into it, and I'm like, let's get this done now. Let's focus this session on it. But I know that that's, realistically speaking, that's not the wisest thing to do. We need to take our time, gather the data, not jump to conclusions, even though I'd love to see something proposed this session. I know that that's realistically not the best way to go about it. So I do think what I would like to see this session is a game plan. And I'd love to be able to show the legislature, here's our game plan. We're looking at sending out this survey. Here's a copy of it, if we have it or whatever. We're looking at scheduling these roundtables. If we already have some roundtables scheduled, go ahead and let them know. I mean, I would not be surprised, or however we want to handle it. This is just, you know, I don't want to micromanage the words used to dictate to the legislature, but I think we need to present to them this session our game plan, what we're doing, because I think it is good stuff, and I think it will give them assurances, because it gives me assurances that we are thoughtfully diving into this issue and really trying to tackle it head on. You know, not rushing it, but hopefully taking time to really, like you said, you know, hear from the ground level, you know, the local entities before we just come down and say, okay, Ledge, we need authority to push this and this on public water systems. So I like the approach a lot. I would just say, I think let's get a game plan together this session and make sure the members have that before they break, because I think that I just think it shows a lot. And I don't know, I have one idea. I have probably about 3 questions. I really don't have that many, but I had one idea when you're talking, and y'all might have already gone down this road, but, you know, we have the Public Water System Conference every year. Should there be a new breakout session of, oh my gosh, a disaster has just struck, you know, like a tabletop exercise there? Again, you know, not everyone goes, but there's a couple hundred water systems there. Can't make them go to that breakout, but should we just start, and maybe we already do that. We probably have something, but just, you know, or all of a sudden in the conference say, time out, surprise, everyone has an issue under their piece of paper, under their chair, tear it off and go figure it out. You know what I mean? Like, stuff that we all hated doing in school. I don't know, just thoughts I'm having in my head. If we've already got things scheduled, how do we go ahead and plug into those? I mean, I'm even having the thought of, I don't know how frequently the Water Development Board has their planning region meetings, but those are scheduled things. Can we tap into those and say, hey, can we attend? And can we say, y'all all got these surveys. You're a water provider, probably a lot of you. Can you make sure your entity, I don't know, just different avenues to try and push stuff. That might not be appropriate. Again, I don't want to say go do these things. I'm just tossing out ideas because we're all together. But my main thing is, let's get a game plan together. Let's do it now so we can share with the ledge. Love the game plan idea so far. I think it'll come together and it'll make a lot of sense once we have a report or an Excel sheet. You know, I kind of like the breakdown of that idea of, you know, here's the issue, here's the authority we have, or whoever has, and maybe even a possible solutions column, but, or options, maybe options is the way to say it, but I like that a lot. But I think ultimately, once we have that, we need to act, and we'll need to act quickly on whatever we can already do. And I do think as we go along, if there are things that come up in a roundtable that are great ideas and that we can go ahead and take action on, I mean, let's not hesitate, you know? I mean, we don't know when the next winter storm is going to come. And so I don't want to wait until a report's done and then next February there's a storm and we got wind of something in October, you know? I don't think we would do that, but I think we just need to not be so focused on the report. We also just need to be focused on, okay, if here's something practical that we can do now before another storm gets here. We need to be implementing along the way if we can. And that can be at our report. You know, we heard this, we've already done it, that type of stuff too. So I'll stop there. Unless we're going into questions, and then I can ask my little questions. They're not, I don't want to cut off this conversation, but.
No, go ahead.
Well, I guess my questions that I jotted down, and I don't know, these might be more, we don't have the answers to them. These are just from either the presentations those cities gave, or I jotted down when someone was talking from our staff. I don't know. I'm just kind of wondering this. But when Craig was talking, he talked about on February 9th, we received an alert from the SOC. So we were on alert, right? And I think that alert was there's a winter storm coming, that kind of thing. Every city had some sort of heads up, right? I mean, every city, probably every kind of public water system had an alert. But I'm wondering if just because I think we would have a way of doing this, and I could be wrong, but should we somehow just incorporate a step in our protocol that if we get an alert like that from the SOC that says, hey, you know, this storm is coming, whether it's a hurricane or hopefully not another catastrophic winter event, we then flip it and just to the water system. I'm very cognizant of I don't want to cause mass hysteria, but is there something we then flip out and say, hey, everyone should be on alert, there's a winter storm? I mean, people are going to know it, but I don't want anyone to ever say we really didn't know that was coming if we had any kind of knowledge that something was coming. Does that make sense? Because I think a lot of those people are going to know it, but I'm like, I don't want anyone to say, TCEQ, did you have a heads up that this was going to happen, and we could have given a heads up to someone else and we didn't? And more so, really big storm, and this, I'm kind of jumping to my next question even. Well, no, I'm not. This is kind of the same question, I guess, but if it's a really, really bad storm, do we need to then flip an alert to the systems we regulate and say, hey, there's a bad storm coming, which you're probably aware of. Maybe you should think about filling up your system like Round Rock did. And, I think Mr. Hodge referenced that as well. I don't know if we can direct people to do that, but if we get wind something's real bad's coming, should we automatically just build into protocol letting people know, you should think about filling up your system? Again, I don't know if it's an authority question. I don't know if it's just, I don't know if we should get to the point of requiring that of people. I don't know. And it's probably case by case and very situational on what the storm is. But I'm just trying to think through, in a way, what we could ever be accused of not doing. And I feel like that would be something very easy for us to do, to say, we've gotten wind, there's a storm coming. You need to have it on your radar. You need to think about filling up your system. I don't know. It's just an idea I had.
And let me interject really quick. What you're describing makes me think that some of the solutions may be a statute, and maybe a TCEQ rule, and maybe a PUC rule. In other cases, it may be more in the form of guidance, or it could look like this. TCEQ requires a plan. The plan should consider these things. Here are some suggested best management practices that go into the plan. One of those could be fill your storage tanks up when you see cold weather coming, or any weather disaster. If you have advance notice, fill your, part of your plan is fill that up. I think it's a fantastic idea. It's just kind of a question of where to park all of the suggestions coming out of this. And again, statutory, regulatory with some agency, including TCEQ and guidance documents. Oh, I have one other category. Sorry, just to build on that idea, not just for regulated entities, but for the public. We push something out on social media. Hey, y'all, there's a hurricane coming, or there is a winter storm coming. FEMA recommends that you keep at all times a 3-day water supply. Now would be a good time to check to make sure you got your 3-day water supply, and not after we've gone on to a boil water notice or after we're in a crisis. That's something we could just push out just as a public service to our citizens.
Well, and my biggest, probably my only fear with anything along those lines is I don't want to cause mass hysteria, and then we put more of a burden on public water systems because everyone's filling up their tubs or, filling up pitchers, and all of a sudden they're having a $28 million gallon day when they're used to having an 8 million gallon day. So that's why I'm wondering, can it just be something we notify public water systems of, like, hey, we've gotten wind of a winter storm? I can't imagine they wouldn't know about it, but we should just do our part to make sure they know about it. And maybe it is here's some best management, some guidelines of things you can do as a public water system to make sure you don't run out. And I do think notifying the public is always good, and I just don't want to cause hysteria, contribute to hysteria that can exist and somehow hurt the public water system because people are freaking out about, because everyone's going to be we're so hyper after this event, right? I mean, if I got wind of like, oh my gosh, a pipe could break, I'd be like, fill it up, turn every tub on,
Well, I think it's a question of how we deliver the message, not what message do we deliver, how and when. Let's deliver it as soon as we have an inkling that there could be an event to take it on. I'm going to date myself maybe, but when I was a little kid, that we had in the dentist's office this Highlights magazine, and there are always the stories of Goofus and Gallant. And Gallant is the guy who or woman who has the foresight to fill up her her 40 gallons of water jugs before the event. Goofus is the guy who, after his water pipes are breaking, he's trying to fill all the bathtubs in his house, and he's only making the problem worse. My other favorite Goofus is during Hurricane Harvey and the great gas shortage of Thursday, the idiots we saw with trash cans in the back of their pickup trucks, filling up trash cans with gasoline. All right, that's Goofus, and we don't want to do that. But so I think it's about being thoughtful about the timing of the messaging and the quality of the messaging, as opposed to whether or not we do any messaging, whatever that's worth. All right, but I interrupted you again, so go ahead.
No, that's good. I think we're thinking the same thing. My big thing is, as the regulatory authority, I want to make sure the people we regulate have the information, right? And then a city or whoever can turn around and communicate to their general public about a potential water issue. But I want to make sure the entities we regulate, if there's any kind of heads up they need, that we have given it to them. I feel like that's one of our jobs as a regulator. So I keep thinking if we can keep it in a regulatory perspective, then maybe we are able to keep hysteria at bay. But that might be wishful thinking. I don't know. Just a thought. So that can be chewed on plenty. And I don't know. I think we're probably all having a similar question. This kind of goes to the heart of the matter. But, who was it? It might have been Kelly Cook, but he referenced maybe it was Earl, I don't know, for the over 250 connection systems, do we need to require more? And that's probably going to come into the discussion of, is that a statutory thing, or do we already have the authority? And hopefully we get good information from the roundtables and the survey, because that's the kind of thing we need to let the ledge know, whether we have the authority or whether we need to ask for them. I think we need to let them know, we've determined that we have the authority for systems over 250 connections, that they need to up their game when it comes to, backup, I don't know, electricity, generators, whatever it might be, or storage, or, you know, or tell the ledge, hey, you know, we recognize this is a big problem. Anyway, that's not a big one, more of a comment, I guess, than a question. But
Commissioner, can I interject real quickly on that specific one? One of the things that I'm very interested in is so Harris County and Fort Bend County are both required to have backup generation every public water system. That was a function of Hurricane Ike and legislation that came out after that, and they do an emergency preparedness plan that actually this agency approves. One of the things that's interesting to me is that where we saw a lot of public water systems fail was Harris County. And so for me, one of the things that I want to have a further discussion down there, if I think that we have, my guess would be we have the authority through our emergency preparedness plans, because that does go below the 250 water connection limit. And so I think that one thing that we could do is take a look at our emergency preparedness plans, especially for Harris County and Fort Bend County, and dive in a little bit more there, because one of my questions that I keep wrestling with is, if this requirement is there, why did we see so many struggle? Now, I think the answer is it was built for hurricanes. Those plans are really built for flooding and hurricanes. They're really not built for extreme cold weather that lasts a week. And so I think that that's just something else to think about. We have maybe a tool for those two counties that we could start with, and I think some information about we're going to be able to gather about why it didn't work. Because right now I don't have a great answer as to why those plans didn't work.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to dive into on that one. I think back to, every water system has to come up with a drought contingency plan. And I honestly don't remember I know there's been legislation, there were probably the past 3 sessions about it, but what our enforcement is if they don't have one. But maybe that's what we need. Maybe we need just a greater stick in our enforcement toolbox to make sure that systems have a plan in place. I mean, I don't know. That might be, I think, a decision for the legislature. But anyway, I think that'll come up organically through roundtables and through discussions. And I guess my last question, which I think we probably all have this, but, it's something I want to figure out, is what is our part in the process to make sure drinking water systems are included on critical infrastructure lists or plans? Maybe we don't have one. Maybe that's completely done at a local level where it's county-based. But I think we have, I don't think, if we can do something, we need to do it, obviously. And I don't want to sit around and say, well, that's kind of up to the counties. I think we need to be as aggressive as we can, and not sit around and say that's for a local entity to figure out. I think we need to take it to the SOC or take it to TDM or, whoever the right authority is, and say, hey, this isn't the case. This isn't consistent across the state. We're bringing it forward. It needs to get fixed, and then offer to help, obviously, where we can. And I think that kind of stuff is probably already in the forefront of everyone's mind. So I don't think I'm saying anything new or that creative here. But I guess the main point I want to make is that I don't want us to say, well, that's really a county decision. If that's the case, that's fine. But I think we still need to push it. Just because I don't want us to be accused of later, if you knew this was a problem, who did you notify? What did you do? So I just want to be as proactive on figuring out how we make sure water systems are on critical infrastructure lists. I know we're going to be on top of that issue because it's important to all of us, but I just want to be aggressive about it. I guess that's the way to say it. So I think that kind of wraps up my questions because everything else was answered or someone else was already asked. And there's just going to be more that come along on this topic. It's horribly interesting. I wish we weren't having to have the discussion, but I know through watching the hearings last week, I learned a lot, and even today I've learned a lot. So I wish I didn't have to learn it or go through the painful process of learning it, but it's very engaging. So if I forget to say this later, thank you very much to all the staff today that presented, because it was great.
I've got a few more things, but Bobby, what's on your mind?
Just curious to hear a little more about the emergency response planning that is required of those facilities. Is that, I presume it's not, that applies to every public water system that operates in Harris County or Fort Bend County?
I believe so, Commissioner. You know, I think that Kelly Cook or Carrie Michelle could probably speak to the specifics of that better than I could, but as I understand it, yes. So they all are required to have some sort of plan in place. Now, there's different ways to cut that, right? So it could be that they get power from one electric provider, and then they could go get power from a different electric provider. Well, when there's no electricity, that doesn't work very well, right? Their generators, if they have generators on site, these are things that we've just heard sort of anecdotally. Their generators are warm weather generators, so they're just essentially the generators just froze. The pipes, even though there was maybe power there, the pipes were frozen solid. So you know that were connected to it. So it didn't matter whether the generator kicked on, because the water, you can't move ice through the pipes, right? So they're interconnect. So they're interconnecting with another water system. Well, if that water system is frozen solid and their water mains have burst, well, then you're interconnect. So there's multiple reasons for multiple reasons why for the failure. I think what it all comes back to, honestly, is that those plans are really built for what I would say our normal weather is, which is heat and hurricanes and floods in those areas, not a polar vortex for a week.
Sustained freezing conditions or close to. I appreciate that, and I think you already implicitly answered one of my questions about to what extent you've already begun to look down and go down this trail. I think it goes without saying the legislature is very interested, I'm sure, in the degree to which all agencies responsible for review of any emergency response planning from any entities in Texas right now. But I think the question in my mind, which you're pointing to, I'm curious to know to what degree we have a real opportunity for understanding and a two-way conversation with those entities as they provide the emergency plans. I'm just curious to know from you whether whether it's addressed in your mind that we have a real substantive and meaningful process of review and approval rather than a pro forma. And I believe I heard in Mr. Goodwin's remarks that the city of Houston activated their cold weather emergency plan. So I presume that is something that maybe we would look into a little more closely as we look at best practices, and that may be some, a step that our requirements or our review of emergency response plans may adapt to and start to require and look for in the future, that there may need to be distinct measures or consideration given for some of these disparately very, very different. Obviously, I wouldn't be surprised if we found that where emergency response plans that really only delved very deeply into some of the hot weather scenarios, maybe we would deem them to be inadequate if we reviewed them again today and found that there were no cold weather analysis in the plans. So I'm sure that we'll be able to engage meaningfully with the entities as we're looking at that review of the emergency response planning. But my concern there is just to make sure that there is a meaningful back and forth in the review and approval of those plans. And
sure. Yeah, and I think that again, this only applies to 2 counties where we have this, and I would assume at the end of this that those emergency preparedness plans will be updated.
I think that it certainly shouldn't be considered off the table in the spirit of Chairman Emer's suggestions about putting all the possible solutions to all the different problems we're going to identify. I think I will be interested to see where we consider and where the legislature looks at whether this requirement for, 2 counties specifically in response to Hurricane Ike, whether this may not be a new requirement that the legislature on their own wants to suggest we might look at imposing or establishing like requirements in whatever extent we have in our current authority. So I'm curious to follow that issue, but no other outstanding questions in my mind at this point. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thanks for that. Okay, I've got a few more things. First, to Emily's point, I agree strongly that we need to get on top of identifying public water systems as critical infrastructure to the utilities. And I don't think that's within our jurisdiction. We can have legal look at it, but I think that's actionable right now, and we need to act on it and get it out. And maybe that's a letter to our public water supply systems that asks them to identify themselves to their provider as critical infrastructure, a letter to the providers saying, this is critical infrastructure, act accordingly, a letter to PUC saying, this is a problem we had during this disaster, please, in your wisdom, regulate accordingly, but let's act on that and get it out. This next one goes to a little.
Chairman, can I jump in just on that real quick? It did come up. I don't know, just for the benefit of people listening. I think it was Senator Eckhart who brought up the idea of critical infrastructure at the BNC hearing. So I do think that I think the legislature may already be having this discussion, but I think it would be probably worthwhile just from our public health and safety authority to be able to engage with that community, with that conversation. I think she invited us to be part of that conversation on the Senate floor last Thursday night. So that is, I think, something that is on her radar specifically, because she asked me specifically that specific question. So I think there is already an opportunity there to engage.
Okay. All right.
Chairman, I'm going to chime in. I was thinking about it the other day. Again, this is just an idea, and Carrie Michelle might hate it, but do we need to somehow work in a requirement, if we have the authority again, where if you're coming in for plans and specs, or I don't know, I was just trying to think of, we don't issue a whole lot of permits, but we approve plans and specs for public drinking water systems. So, if there is a permit we give out, then maybe we incorporate it there. But I was just trying to think of, when do they come in the door with us? And maybe it's in the plans and specs process. Maybe you need to include something on there, like, have you reached out to your county to get yourself on a critical infrastructure list? Yes, no. I don't know. I was just trying to think of, when do these systems come in the door with us? How can we get it across right then and there? Anyway, further down the line. Sorry, Chairman. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. It's a good idea. I like it. Okay, Emily, you asked, what is our authority? What can we do? What can't we do? That, that certainly complicates things. I think we need to have legal look at that and answer the question for us. Maybe easier said than done. They might need to see the proposed policy solutions before they can do that exercise. But they need to do that exercise. But taking it back a few steps, whether it's in our legal authority or not, I do think it's our obligation to catalog every single problem we saw with water systems. And if it's not, for example, being identified as critical infrastructure, and that's not within our jurisdiction directly, we need to address that affirmatively and refer it out to some appropriate body, or maybe multiple appropriate bodies. But we need to be on record as having acted on that. Letters to elected representatives, utilities, other agency, water systems, et cetera. So number one, catalog all the problems. Number two, catalog all the solutions. Once we've cataloged all the solutions, then we can do the categorizing, whose authority is it, and how do we refer it out, or how do we tackle it internally. So that's sort of what your comment about what our legal authority sort of triggered for me in terms of a process. Switching subjects, before we can make decisions about what's good policy or bad policy, or maybe even making decisions about what possible solutions are, we need to be really thoughtful about and decide on and document what are the assumptions going into this. So for example, what are we designing for? Are we designing in an environment with a reliable grid or an unreliable grid? Are we talking about potential power outages of 2 hours, 4 hours, or 4 days? We need to define that and act accordingly. Freeze, how cold, how long? Roads, how long are they going to be impassable? So every assumption, we need to identify the assumption that touches on the problem, and that will inform the policy solution. And right or wrong, we're going to try to get it right, but we should document that just so we're abundantly clear about what the assumption is going in, because we need that piece in order to come up with solutions. You can't, without that, you're designing solutions in a vacuum. Just a couple more quick ideas. I think that this exercise would be a great one to pull some Mickey Leland interns in on, and just pair them up with whoever the staff team that's heading this up. Just get some sharp Mickey Leland interns to help them with spreadsheets and brainstorming and ideas that are even beyond my imagination. Just a thought. Finally, trying to think about next steps, and I know everyone, all of our staff, Toby, I know that you've been burning the midnight oil day after day and week after week, and we're all a little bit wrung out. So I don't want to, I had a thought coming out of this week that we might have a motion and a formal action to give you some clear direction to marching orders or whatever. I think, I don't want to do that. I think you've given us some great ideas. I think our staff has provided great ideas, or invited guests. My colleagues have made some great suggestions. I think we need to just let that gel and sit with a little bit, pursue the ideas that we've talked about. But I would like to be able to take this up as a group again sometime soon and monitor it. And maybe it's an agenda item on every other agenda for the next few months. But some way that we can all get together and just get a status update, continue the conversation, continue to kind of refine and crystallize where we're going with this. And so, colleagues, I propose that we just we get this on every other agenda, like not next week's agenda, but maybe the one after that, and then just every other agenda we check in with staff on where we are on this planning effort. If that sounds like a good schedule to y'all.
Almost like a monthly enforcement report,
Right.
Tack it on to that. I mean, that's great with me. It's more work for the ED, but I think continual updates and us continually being engaged is a good call.
It is 1/3 of the work of doing a sidebar with each one of us.
Yes, actually, I'd prefer this path.
And it's
so
public.
I don't have to have the same meeting 3 times. Yeah, it'd be great.
Yeah.
Well, that way, if there is someone tuning in, they'll know what we know.
Yeah, it's more transparent.
While we've been talking, and this would probably even be my closing thought for the day. I'm not saying we need to close, but I keep thinking, why is this so hard? Why was this storm so hard for everybody? And I keep going back to, well, 2 things. One, Mother Nature always wins. She's dominant type. 2, it's really hard because of Texas. The demographics, well, not demographics, but we have mountains, we have oceans, we have forests, we have deserts. And so what works for one public water system and their planning might not work for another. And, Toby, when you were talking about interesting that a lot of the boil water notices were kind of that I-35 corridor and down. I thought, well, why is that? Is it because Dalhart, Texas is better equipped for winter storms? Well, they have them all the time, so they should be. So what lessons do we need to learn from North Texas? What does Houston need to learn from North Texas? What is the reality of these storms happening again, like we had, is probably low, but we can't assume that it's not going to happen again. And so I think there's going to be lessons learned from different parts of the state. What does North Texas do? Because they have blizzards every year. They bad enough storms that we get calls annually about, disposal of animal carcasses. That happens a lot more than probably people realize up there. And so, there are a lot of water systems that didn't have issues, and we've heard some today, but obviously up in North Texas, the Panhandle, I should say it that way, the Panhandle appears that they fared a little better. At least that's my take on it. I'm sure people up there would say, you're crazy. We had it horribly. And I'm only speaking in a public water sense, but, maybe they use different pipes. Maybe they have different requirements. They just know what's going to work to withstand cold temps. And maybe that's the info we need to be sharing with other public water systems across the state. Because I do think it is interesting where we saw a lot of the issues happening. It was statewide. I don't want to discredit that, but we have that bad of weather in parts of the state. So we need to hear from them, and we're almost to the point where we can get out and work travel again, and I'm chomping at the bit to get up there and say, what happened with y'all up here? I haven't talked to y'all in a while. How'd you fare? And just learn from them, because I think there are going to be a lot of systems that say, well, yeah, 5 years ago we had a bad storm, and we just did this to deal with it and to handle it, and take that and run with it and share that information more with the other public water systems that don't have cold weather like the Panhandle does. So I'm done with my questions, and I think I'm done with my comments. So I'll stop there.
Me too. How about you, Bobby?
I love the idea of a standing agenda item every other agenda. And perhaps we'll only offer that while it sounds a little like the enforcement report, I don't know that I would need to see an actual written filed backup document of status to feel like we were meaningfully keeping on top of it. I think if there were verbal status reports provided, I think that would certainly be could be satisfactory. I think it just depends on what work there is to report on it. But I love the idea, Chairman. Thank you for suggesting that.
Agreed. Let's not make work around it for work's sake, but whatever makes sense to staff in presenting that. It can be just a straight up oral report. Here's we are. Be ready to have a discussion about it. That works for me. Toby, I'm going to try to give you the last word.
Well, I think just thanks for putting this, scheduling this as quickly. I just want the public to understand that the reason why, we tried, I think the commission tried to actually do this sooner, but I want the public to understand that we have posted requirements. And so for the commission to be able to meet all together, there has to be a certain amount of time and notice for the public to be part of that. And so it's not, I want to be clear that the commission wasn't dragging its feet on sort of being responsive to the storm. We're pretty bound by what those statutes and those rules say. And so this was really sorry, I got logged off. Proof that our computer systems are safe, because it automatically locks me out and I can't turn it off. So the point being is that, I just want the public to know that this was as soon as we could get it scheduled when it made sense to come out of the sort of the emergency response phase of this. So I just think it's going to be incredibly helpful jumping on this as quickly as we have here to sort of start moving the ball forward. So thank you.
I'm going to say one more thing, because I want to give credit real quick to Mary Smith. She just shot me a note. She could say it if she wants, but I'll say it. She just made an excellent point to my last comment that parts of the Panhandle aren't on ERCOT, and so they didn't lose power. And maybe that's the lesson, maybe there won't be any lessons learned because we know that now. So kudos to Mary. That's an excellent point.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is a big subject, and we got a lot more work to do on it. And colleagues, thank you for the discussion. Toby, again, thank you and your staff. I hope you and your staff can find some time to get some sleep in here. It's been a tough several weeks, and God bless you all for everything you've done for the agency, for the people of the state of Texas. Folks, I'm going to call it 6:15, and thank you all again.
Before we call it, should I note that we are not meeting in closed session?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mary.
No, that's fine. Item 3 is for closed session, and we will not be meeting in closed session today.
The lawyers always get the last word. It's 6:15, and we are adjourned.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you all.